I will back in a sec. Just checking. Alright, so we're up and running. Grab my Well, Matt, see you soon. The main story quest I'm on is he who would not be denied, which I think is like one step ahead of you guys. We finished level apart.
Yeah, I'll grab it while I'm here.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Plan for today is push Heavensward until we hit a brick wall. If we hit a wall, we'll do some of the dungeons right on the high level. After stream is over, 12 Pacific, Andrea's blind playthrough, Chrono Trigger for the DS. Celebrate the 20-year anniversary of its release. Be for a couple hours. Streaming with it. Yep. Just one though, so. Video sounds weird.
User joined your channel.
Is that any better? I'd move closer to my face. Hey, Philip, how you doing?
Hey. Howdy.
Yeah, let me know if that's improved at all, Darkstare. Okay. Yeah, it was just the headset microphone was pointed away from my face. Thank you. How close are you to losing your sanity from crafting, throwing?
I haven't put too much time into it. Not like relative to how bad grinds are in this game. But
Right.
I don't know, man. I need an outside source of inspiration is all. And I think I may have gotten it with some of that info on
Taking
what is
airships to
coming up
islands
with-
and fighting shit? What
Yeah,
is this?
and that could be neat. Hello.
Apex is quite close to 57, so good chance we'll make it to the next dungeon. We have a guide from Gamerscape, pretty much spoiler-free of when the dungeons and trials are. We'll see what time it is when we get there. Historically, there's usually not enough XP to get a whole level from here to the end of the dungeon, so we just beat the 57 dungeon, and we work on Realm Reborn stuff. We should be fine. I think Matt is also 57, last I checked.
He is.
We have a trial at 57 too. Let's see. Plan to do as much of it as possible. And I'm just going to do my Ishkar hunts while I'm at the joint.
Morning, Cappy.
Morning. How you been, man? Cappy, did you finish Heavensward, by the way? Google, yeah, we'll see, Dark Sir. Cappy is awesome, and I'll be singing his praises frequently in the future. I was talking about needing to expand my TeamSpeak server in order to let subs have a channel they can join in to talk like before stream starts and that kind of a thing. And he already has a Minecraft server that he runs that comes with a Mumble server he wasn't using. So you have like 100 users. So he offered to donate that to the stream. Cool. So in the future, I'll be giving you guys new details to connect them instead of TeamSpeak. Gotta finish setting it up. Thought with that is that there'd be this host channel that's actually live. Occasionally the guest channel if we have somebody like Darkstar queue in with us, and then the sub channel wouldn't be live like on stream, except maybe on like sub day or something like that. Pop in the sub block channel. That would be in there other times of the day that I'm doing stuff that's not streaming. So. I hear you, Cappy. It hasn't been too bad as far as like amount of XP needed to level. I guess if you continue taking your break, 3.1 they're adding the ability to get experience from level 50 dungeons. It would help with the grind. It will help a lot with like leveling a second class.
Those dungeons go super quickly nowadays with overgearing. They're gonna have to be really careful if they don't want people to do anything besides that. So.
I feel like they've passed the point though where like they need to care about people. Like it seems like the correct thing to do is make it kind of a pain in the butt to get your classes to 60 at launch, and then make it easier and easier until you get to a point where it's fairly trivial, you know, close to the end of the release. Hey, Medallion, how you been?
I think that's a good way to do the gradient.
It should be a pain in the butt on release, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how much XP it actually gives. Like, we're talking it is a viable way to go from like 50 to 52, and those dungeons will still be run.
Those two dungeons are already like my least visited, I would say. That's Fizzle and
Oh yeah,
Somal.
right, because we did it on Wednesday, and you're like, what are the mechanics of this again?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's like an elephant.
Ooh.
Do you do the area often? Is there like a cool loot from it or something?
I do the... Yeah. I mean, by often, I'm talking about like whenever I ran into the leveling roulette, or low level roulette, what did I get? So it's not really as much a function of my choice. A lot of people use those just to, hey, I'm gonna spam this dungeon to level from 55 to 56 or whatever, for whatever level they're at. But I never really did that. I liked, I don't know, I guess I figured that I'm gonna be doing dungeons ad nauseum for the rest of the game, and I have done them ad nauseum up until now, so hey, let's do all the quests and all the random shit that I never do to level up.
Mm-hmm.
You know? That's just my logic, but...
You know where inland Tursuses are? Tursus? Curthus?
Yeah. If you're at the point where you're just fed up of looking for shit, I can give you the maps of where everything is.
I have a Google sheet, but I thought I would know offhand.
I've got like a Final Fantasy 14 folder of all that kind of info.
Oh,
I can
nice.
look it up. Like, I wouldn't have made any money if I didn't have a text document that I'm updating and shit.
Right.
So,
Right.
text document, images.
There's a Google sheet that has like the coordinates of all the possible hunt locations. It's pretty useful.
Cool. We're looking for upland Mylodon or
Inland Tursus.
top right, very top right.
Okay. All right, we've had extremely good fortune so far with pubs and duty finders, so I'm really not
Yeah.
worried about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The plan is Heavensward story progression for the folks who just joined. Once Matt gets on, in the meantime, I'm just going to running the hunts for the day. Apex, if you finish your hunts and want to like maybe group up and do some Churning Mists Fates, that would be cool too.
Cool.
User joined your channel.
Hey dude, good morning.
Yo.
Morning.
I know what you guys are up to, but I've already unlocked the next thing. So
Okay,
You can get started on those story missions.
sure.
Probably should have told you that 10 minutes ago.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Well, when I was trying to hit 57, I wanted to see how much XP those 56 quests would give you, because they were given like 75,000 apiece, but there were only a couple of them, so I just did them all.
It's not too far from the next one. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll kill this thing and go turn in the next quest then. Maybe we'll get flying in Sea of Clouds.
Yeah, I started finding some Aether Currents there and did a bunch of the side missions in the area to, again, hit 57. And so there are a couple in just the 51 and like 56 side missions that you should have there if you haven't done them yet. There are at least 2 current quests in there.
No, that's something I almost never forget. Don't have my Felcleave. I was still reading that Final Fantasy 14 thread on autopilot doing my hunts there. Finished it though. Lots of cool stuff coming in the 3.1
Yeah.
patch. Posted the link in chat. Take a look at it. There aren't any spoilers in it. It's from the live letter yesterday. TL didn't speak Japanese.
Yeah. Oh, you act like it's not still going on. I'm watching it right now. It's a
Nice.
long ass stream. Absolutely no reason to be watching it, but
I saw your picture of like Yoshi P is clearly tired.
yeah. Well, him and Broccoli Man are there. They've got a lot of neat stuff they're showing off, but it's clearly marketing oriented. It looks like at this current moment.
Yeah.
Like there's a fat cat plushie behind him. That looks kind of neat.
Oh yeah, Stidion's all like covered in blood now.
in all the
Praise
right
Halone,
places.
You are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by
So
my
the
side.
result of what, like 60-ish days, 70 days of consecutive Beast Tribe dailies, which I don't have to do anymore, has resulted in my character kind of looking like Kano. That probably won't last a long time, but I'm like, man, that's the only thing you get for doing these
We
goddamn
bring the
Beast Tribes
most
every day for
wonderful
2 months.
tidings.
Then I'm gonna at least wear it for a little bit.
Why not?
And it clips into
But,
my hair.
Yeah.
So if you needed an
The
excuse to
infamous
not do
Lady
Beast Tribe
Iceheart,
dailies, there you go.
Here in Ishgard.
Oh yeah, I really need an
This
excuse.
is most
Yeah,
unexpected.
to not do them.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
Did take my paladin from like 42 to 51 without ever actually having to play the class, other than switching to it to turn in quests that I completed on my warrior.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
You could probably do your the Ixol daily though, Flarewing, if you're working on leveling your crafts, because it's super fast.
Hmm.
Even if you just do like, they have like a Grand Company turn-in equivalent that requires an allowance, it'll get you close to a level or like half a level or so. You should be able to do that once you start
Yeah.
having them around
Men and
15.
dragons once
I was
lived
gonna
together
dick
in
around them.
harmony, and that
Oh,
it was
15? I
man's
thought it was
treachery
like a
which shattered
higher
the
level
peace
thing. That's kind of
and
cool.
plunged our peoples into war.
Like I have always walked in that little area and was like, oh, I don't do this content, and I was kind of disappointed because I couldn't talk to anybody.
The same
So I've always
scripture
kinda wanted to
also
see what that was
describes the
about.
origins
No,
of
it's
the
only
high
15. In
houses.
fact, if you
Were
were
it
like me, where
exposed
you
as
get into that
false,
content and
the
your crafts are
legitimacy of our
already at
rule
level
would be
50,
called into
it's
question.
totally trivial, and you're like, because you're doing all stuff at low level crafts. Beginning.
Sounds awesome.
If both highborn and lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his knights, 12.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
That's what it is. It's my mic, Kami. Let me
If
fix
the
it.
Holy See knew
What
of
happens
this
with
and
this
chose to
headset
remain silent,
is I will
their crimes are
roll it up,
grievous indeed.
cord around it, throw it in a plastic bag, and of course the mic gets out of place when I do that. So it's a little too close.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to
You're
raise
good,
this
man.
I mean,
matter
he's-
with the
I didn't even
Archbishop.
notice it.
If it's bugging Kami, maybe you should just keep doing it. I don't know.
Reconsider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries,
Yeah, it's bugging me.
what
I don't like
reason would they have
headsets
to reveal it now?
when I first start using them because I can always
At
see the
best,
mic out of the corner of my
you'll be
eye,
branded
and
a
that bothers
heretic
me in a weird
corrupting
way.
irons.
I gotta get it
Then at
perfectly
least the
in spot.
Archbishop will have shown his true colors. You must see what lies
It's
on
like,
the horizon.
did
if it is
anyone
not.
feel any
When ruled
sense
by
of
fear of a
shock that the
common enemy,
Archbishop might
we
not
were
be a great guy?
united.
Like
But
every
now we
single
have
cutscene
none.
they've had of him has been
During
him
the
sitting
war,
there,
the highborn needed men to lead, and the lowborn
looking
men to follow.
nasty
Not
and
anymore.
devious.
'Tis but a matter of time before the old order
In my
is called into
experience, old
question.
white men, there's like a 90%
Lady
chance they're
Iceheart will
evil.
share the truth
Just
with
gonna
her
say.
followers, and the Holy See
There's
will
a,
be powerless to stop its spread.
There's a Futurama
The
episode with like
disenfranchised
Dick
will
Cheney
rise up
as
united, and blood will
Nixon's
flow in
vice
the
president. He's like,
streets once
as
more.
your vice president, I order you to steal that candy. Like, it's so petty.
A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
See with the Shylock.
And Edmond Fortemps and Imeric's outfits are just outclassing everybody in that room so much.
My lady,
Oh,
Is it
blood
worth
armor in
letting
all the right
go?
places is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I sympathize with the Lord Commander's
Isn't one of the
desire for
script
reform,
gears
but to approach the
very
Archbishop
similar
in this
looking
manner
to
bespeaks
the
an
Fortemps
idealism to
guy?
which I did not think Sir Emmerich
Right there.
prone.
I thought I'd
haven't-
seen that.
I haven't gotten
Though
into
he comports
crafting
himself
scripts
as a
yet. I'm
realist,
like
he
on the
has long
cusp
dreamt
of
of
being able to
reform.
even touch that.
It was that idealism
Mm.
which first drew me
Almost
to you,
there. We're around 58
that
is
which
when I
made
can
me
start picking
swear
that
an
up.
oath to serve.
Yeah, Alphino's got his cool new costume.
Yeah.
We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid
Everybody's
it.
better. I'm just
Even should
saying.
the Holy See cry heresy.
Edmond Four Temps is glamorous. Back there.
You cannot mean.
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my
Vaults.
lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land, but I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
So are these Centurio seals actually useful? The only thing I saw them like
Lies and
being for
slander.
buying is like pets and shit.
It will be when we hit 60 and we get advanced Centurio seals. Like, if you hit the cap, you may as well buy like something with them.
But
Give me.
are
What name
advanced
is it?
Centurio seals the same thing as what we're getting now?
Yeah, so
Or are
you
they
use the
something
same
different?
seals,
Yeah.
but it's a different well, it's a different set of items you can buy at 60.
Yeah,
see.
it's just a different tab on the same.
I thought the
Same
same thing
person.
when I talked to him, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get some barding, whatever. I was like, what are you doing? You have like
Senior
300 of those.
clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I
Colonel
labor to
Borgia.
believe it. Sir Emmerich is
I
truly
mean, I
the
only have
Archbishop's son.
72, but just curious.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such.
When you do all of
But
your
the
daily
rumors have
hunts,
plagued him
and
since child- that he rose
by
to
daily
his
hunts I
current
mean the stuff you guys are
position
doing
despite
with
being
the
despised
marks
as a
1, 2,
bastard
3,
and accused
then
of
you'll get like
profiting
100 a
from his
day,
father's influence.
and there's nothing that costs any more than
It is my
500.
hope that on this occasion,
In
the burden
fact, I
of
don't
his
think
birth
anything
will
even
work
costs
in his
500,
favour.
but that's the cap. So
Should our worst fears
you
be
get 'em pretty
realised, the
quick.
Archbishop
I wouldn't
will
worry
not
about
be
having
so
too many or
quick
too
to
little now.
execute his own flesh and blood,
Oh, I don't do them
affording
every
us
day.
time to-
It's too mind-numbing.
Yeah.
Bastard or true,
Yeah,
he
I
is
mean,
our nation's best
I'm kind of
hope.
the same way.
If
Honestly,
the Holy See dares
not to
to
go
threaten
into too much
him, I
specifics
shall lead the
about
charge
gearing
against
up,
the
it's not
vault
relevant,
myself.
but like you can skip the vast majority of
The future of
gathering
Ishgard
seals
rests on Sir
with
Emmerich's
the other
shoulders.
gearing up
I
options.
too will do
Just
my
worry about law
utmost to aid
tokens,
his
and by the time
cause.
you're done worrying about law,
Or shall
then
be
there's other
reasonable.
options that are better than
And we'll get those from doing like daily
doing
roulettes,
the-
which are fun
yeah.
to do, right?
right.
Well, one thing you can do is if you do log in for any reason, you can at least pick up the bills because they will carry over to the next day. So you can do like yesterday's bills and today's bills
Right.
at the same time, and that's slightly less mind-numbing. Knock it all out at once.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah, I agree.
greater
I ended
calling
up
for a
doing that a
knight
lot too.
than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear
That
to
applies to
on the
any
sigil of
dailies
our
that can sit.
house
So like
that I shall
these
do
tribes
this
as well,
and
if
make you
you ever
proud.
care. Well, Ixal would make sense. At least go over to Ixal and pick those up. If you don't know if you're gonna have time to play, just grab as many of them as you can if you're leveling crafting, and then do them back to back the next day.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you.
Like Four Temps voice actor.
I thank you all for your support.
I mean, it's just look at all the Ellison. All the Ellison are just there to be shown an archetype, and yet they've managed to make an Ellison character that has a mustache that is badass looking, right? I mean, that is an achievement in and of itself. Absolutely nothing wimpy, frail, effete about him, and yet he has that glamorous. This is cool to me.
I already had one of those, motherfucker. Every now and then I'll get an upgrade and I'll forget to hit the update set thing. And since I just rely on the set, I never actually look at my gear once I save it. I've been playing for a couple weeks now with an item that was like 2 levels lower than me.
Game.
Shame. A
Ring,
couple
ring.
websites now where you can like do the ring the bell. Shame.
Did you guys know that was a body double?
I didn't
Not
until I
for
read
Shame
about it
Lady.
afterwards.
No, me
it,
neither.
it was really seamless. I thought.
I did a really good
I
job
had
of
no
that. scene.
idea.
Yeah. People were complaining about it afterward. I guess it was famously known because the pics were leaked before the season even started. But, handy.
There's casting calls for the most legendary sword fighter in the history of Westeros the next season. And they
Fuck.
said that they want to have the best swords fighter in Europe to play the part. Came out
They're
around the
recasting
same time.
Hawkeye?
Yes.
Right.
They got rid of Barristan though.
Yeah.
Not. They got rid of
Well,
Barristan. The Knight of Flowers is shit in the
He
show.
apparently has a legendary sword, and this casting call came out at the same time that they announced a shooting location of a big tower next to the ocean.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
so we're
so-
talking Darkstar. We're talking
His bro.
flashbacks. We're talking
Yeah.
flashbacks.
Mhm.
Nice.
Pretty excited for that. And I won't say much else about it. So as not to
Yeah.
spoil Game of Thrones for stream. But this is like I don't know. You can figure this out within the first half of Game of Thrones if you're paying attention.
Mhm.
Remember, I figured it out before I finished reading the first book. It's something the show hasn't really touched on
Not
at
true,
all.
Kami. They've already done a flashback.
Yeah, they did. In fact, I think that the flashback in the previous season was intended to, like, ease us into the idea that
Ease
they're going
into
to
it.
do flashbacks going forward, since they're going to need them for telling the story.
Yeah.
Think it's going to be the season opener then? That's their model.
I don't know if it's going to be the opener. It's probably going to have to do with our buddy actor that wasn't in the last season is going to be coming back next season.
All I gotta say is they better keep the dialogue verbatim from the book. Normally, I don't care, but that scene is so cool that if they change it, I'm gonna flip a table.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I read Game of Thrones, and I did not pick up on a lot of that tower stuff when I was in there, that I don't remember exactly what the text was. Do you happen to know like where I can go to read that?
You can literally go to YouTube and type in Tower of Joy, and there's like a video with a guy reading over it,
narrating.
with, like some cartoons,
Yeah.
narrating the scene that makes it.
The ASOIF wiki is pretty good too. There's a section that's like quotes, and it's pretty much quotes is like the dialogue from the scene because it's pretty great.
That's cool, man. I gotta do that. If they bring back
What's his nuts? Yep. I know.
well, if Mark Eddy comes back to play a younger him, would be neat. But he'd have to lose a lot of weight. So
He wasn't at the Tower of Joy.
I know, but if they're starting the flashback stuff, then because that was the whole point, is like people were like, are they going to make a mini series of Tower of Joy? Well, now they're not.
Yeah.
Because it's story relevant. So what about other stuff involving like?
I believe that they
other
can do some of
characters?
these
Would they do
characters. Like,
flashbacks?
did you guys see Ant-Man? They managed to make they used makeup to make Michael Douglas look like he was young Michael Douglas. It was.
I was impressed with that.
Pretty
yeah.
impressive.
We've come a long way since Tron 2.
Yeah. Right.
That kind of thing. Man, that was Disney too, wasn't it? Wow.
Yep.
I
You
didn't
know what they're
realize
doing, man.
Yeah.
I feel like if they pass the test of episode 7, they recast Bloodraven, and it's Max von Sydow. Holy shit, he's if you don't know who that is, he's in everything. He's
Wait,
in the
Max
seven
von-
seal. Yeah, he's
in
playing
Game of Thrones?
Bloodraven. Yep, he's gonna be playing the three-eyed
What?
crow. So they're probably redoing the makeup and everything because they only had him for like 5 seconds, so they couldn't cast some big name actor for someone who's gonna go away for a season and come back.
Dude,
So the hope is they're gonna redesign that whole set. They're gonna redo his makeup.
he can't be in Star Wars and in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, what the heck?
That's
Now we have 3 characters that are like that. I think Brienne is gonna be in the new Star
Brienne's the
Wars.
Pycelle was in the original Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he was.
And in Last Crusader. Walter Donovan. This truly is the
cool.
cup of Christ. Joe's Hawley. Gibriant. Yeah, right, Kami? Like that's a perfect casting too. I'm really excited. They don't usually get like holy shit actors.
There are also on YouTube a bunch of videos that I guess are on the first season DVD box set extras that are the characters from Game of Thrones narrating stuff from Robert's War with some little illustrations.
Oh, that's
that you
cool.
can
I
point
didn't know
people
that
to.
was- Yeah. I think I first saw Max von Sydow. I used to go to this when I was a kid. It's like a film festival that would show older films, and he's in this movie called The Seventh Seal, which is the origin of the whole like playing chess with death joke that you see in cartoons all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's from.
Yeah, everybody should go see that.
Bill and Ted 2. They're like play chess with death. They play like Twister and Battleship and Foosball. See a clouds? No.
Every time the Seventh Seal gets brought up, I remember that I've never seen anything else Bergman did.
I don't think that's the only Bergman movie I've seen, but right, it's like called out as being a Bergman film.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself. I think Fanny and Alexander, is that the other one that's pretty popular and big?
That
I don't
sounds
think
right.
nothing is as big as Seventh Seal, I don't think, on a basis. But
Yeah, Kami. If they did like a Rashomon stuff, because they've confirmed that they're gonna do a prequel series. Like HBO has put their foot down and said, no, like you're doing 8 seasons, you're not doing 7 seasons. And after you're done with that, you're doing a prequel, whether you're involved with it or not, because this gives us way too much money to not do that. But they could do like Rashomon style, where you see the different perspectives of the same events.
yeah, that'd be neat. I mean, Game of Thrones, I don't know if this is a good way to describe an editor or a director's skill set, but they've shown a lot of talent when they slowed down their pacing, and when they speed up the pacing, it's okay, it's never too bad, but I mean, if anything, if they want to slow down the pacing more, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Because they've shown talent for making that work.
I 100% agree. I don't like fast pacing. Like, I really enjoyed the Avengers 2 movie. Andrew and I went and watched it last week, but it was like, man, you wanted to make a 30-hour movie, Joss Whedon, and they only gave you 3 hours to do it. Like, I can't blame you. You did a really good job given the time you had, but it's like, it's frenetic. Cut out every breath between people saying, I said this is the Christopher Nolan problem. Like, dude, you wanted to make a 10-hour miniseries with Interstellar, and you had 3 hours to tell it.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys watch the guy on YouTube, Alt-Shift-X, that does a bunch of Game of Thrones videos?
Is he
that are pretty good?
he's like a British accent and like
Yeah,
explains a bunch
kinda.
of theories and stuff?
So he released a video yesterday about how Sir Pounce is the prince that was promised, or the Pounce that was promised. And the whole point is that after he goes through about 4 minutes of the absurd of how you could basically make anyone fit the thing. Right, so like to not...
I get that idea, don't.
But it's pretty funny. And anyway, he uses the scene with the sand snakes where she uses the bad pussy line. Like he injects that in when he's talking about the cat. Anyways, that's my example of what happens when you rush Game of Thrones. You get that.
Yeah.
But you should watch his stuff. Most of them are pretty good.
Alt-Shift-X, I'll write it down.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. He shows up on the subreddit quite a bit. Winter Soldier was a really good movie, Leon. It had a little bit of a slower pace, I think.
That's underrated, I think. Winter Soldier, at one time, was easily the best Marvel movie. But, or rather, I'm thinking of the original Captain America. At one time, was easily the best. Winter Soldier is of the same tier, though.
The original Captain America was a challenging movie because you guys are really doing a period piece. Like, who does that? You're not going to like update Captain America and not call him Captain America.
They got the October Sky guy to do it. That's like perfect. That's like, who else would you want to do it?
The thing that's amazing about Captain America isn't just that those are good movies, but they're good movies about Captain America, who's the most ridiculous character to like...
Nah, he's the best Avenger. What are you
Yeah, he's great. I love Captain America now. It's so awesome, but it's like so challenging to make him feel relevant in this modern, like, super ironic, nothing is cool, nobody's sincere about anything culture that we have.
Yeah, that's exactly what makes me like try to not be so cynical when I see a shitty actor. Because if you looked at the guy in his Fantastic Four role, if you looked at Chris in that, you wouldn't think he'd ever have the acting chops to do what he's since done with Snowpiercer and what he's since done with Captain America as far as charisma and gravitas and stuff. So, it's...
But if you watch him in another teen movie, you would realize that he has the acting chops.
Well, no,
when
you
he
gotta
sings
go
that
back.
Janie's got a gun, that's just moving.
You gotta go back to what?
His breakout role was in my favorite movie of all time, Sunshine.
Oh, he was in Sunshine?
Right.
Who'd he play?
That was him.
He was the engineer guy that tried to fix the power plant with the wrench and certain things. Spoiler. Yeah, that was him. It was weird because he cuts his hair in the middle of the movie, so you think he's two different characters.
Right. I'm confused as to where this quest turn is. Bear with me for a sec, guys. Might be down and then up. Sunshine's a good movie. It's one of those, like, if you are able to suspend your disbelief, you'll enjoy it, and it's fun. Like, if you're able to accept the buy of the film, like, just accept that in this universe, it would make sense to restart the sun by dropping a nuke into it. Like, my wife Andrea is not very good at accepting buys with premises like that, so she doesn't like Sunshine as much. She's missing out because it's such a cool story. It has an awesome soundtrack. Like, you hear that spoiler of Kaneda song show up in trailers all the time now.
Yeah.
Wait, say that last sentence again. What did you?
There's
reference?
a song from the soundtrack called "Spoiler of Kaneda." I'm not gonna say what spoiler means because it's a spoiler for the movie. But that song shows up in the movie Sunshine. Yep.
Oh, I thought you went into Akira for something.
Oh no. Kira's sweet though too.
Yeah. I need to rewatch Sunshine.
Yeah, Marvel has so much money. Like the comic book hero movie now is like the action, like the B. Jerry Bruckheimer action film of the 90s. It's just like guaranteed money for them. So we're going to keep seeing them for a while. It's interesting to see Marvel giving less and less of a shit too about whether the audience is familiar with comic books. Like, there's a lot of stuff in Avengers too that would make no sense to someone who doesn't at least follow Marvel a little bit. They'll do shots where you're supposed to get hyped that there's gonna be Vision or Thanos or whatever. Like, imagine if you don't know anything about Marvel, like, who the fuck is this guy with purple face? Like, I don't. Why should I be excited by this?
I guess we'll. I don't know. I mean, Marvel has been so formulaic up to this point, and I say that in the best possible way.
If you pick the wrong option, you have to start the whole game over.
Right.
If they fuck some stuff up just to see what happens and see if they can still print money on that, then I think it's worth doing.
Some of their formulas frustrating. So they haven't been so great with villains. Ultron was quite good because it's Joss Whedon, but it still felt like I would have liked to have spent more time with Ultron.
You know who doesn't get enough recognition is good old L.A. Confidential in Iron Man 3. He was good. What's
that
his
Memento
face?
guy? Guy Pearce? Has anyone in has anyone in TeamSpeak not seen Iron Man 3?
No, I've seen it.
Alright, so spoilers for Iron Man 3, I'll type in chat when you can unmute. Apparently, there is a, like, one-shot, Marvel's doing these one-shot, like, web series where they'll do, like, a little, I don't know, 30, 60-minute video. And they did one that's a follow-up to Iron Man 3 that's about Ben Kingsley's character, which doesn't seem like he should have a little one-shot about him. But the whole, like, there is no Mandarin thing, they play with that idea in this one shot, and it's pretty cool. You should watch it. It won some awards. That wasn't actually that big of a spoiler if you haven't seen the movie.
Yeah.
No, Leon, I was thinking exactly the same thing. As soon as I was watching Avengers 2, and I'm like, they're going to have to reset this. It's way too ridiculous for them to consider this one universe. You can't have, a Norse god walking around with the guy who has a bow and arrow. It breaks down too quickly. It's fun to watch, but it gets ridiculous really fast.
But he's really good with that bow and arrow. He's almost as good as Katniss.
Handled that. Hawkeye, I thought they handled really well in Avengers 2. It's like Joss Whedon was aware of the challenge and tried to focus part of the film around that.
Where do you think you're going, Missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's
Panic
going on
animation.
here?
Wallethal panic hype.
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Oh, what'd you ask about Widow? I must have missed it.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh no, I missed that line. No, I thought that was great. Like, this is the problem, right? Whenever you, like, I am a feminist, so I have to distance myself from the insane, like, Tumblr fanatics that will freak out at anything. I think that it's a shame that people got so pissed off at Joss Whedon, who has been a champion for women's rights and for making strong female characters since, like, the 90s.
Yeah.
But it's the kind of thing, like, people are going to be upset no matter what you do, because you have the squeaky wheel gets the grease problem, right? Like, you know, the 98% of people that were fine with that in Avengers 2 aren't making noise, like the 2% that are crazy.
Yeah, it annoys me specifically because I'm closer on the political spectrum to those folks. So I think it's the same kind of thing. Like, if you're super hardcore libertarian conservative, you probably are more mad at Donald Trump than I am, right? Because he's really disrespecting your viewpoint, almost. So I can see how if you're, I think that's kind of why the ire of.
Oh, they're mad at Joss Whedon because he's supposed to be a champion and he did this bad thing of. Yeah,
I think that's me trying to be charitable, but.
Oh whoa, new character.
Hilda.
She's a crafter though. That's crafting armor. It's playing the Hildebrand music.
Lay a finger on the blue.
Oh, this is just like the.
And you're like to lose the hand.
Curiosity, like, you know, goofy shit is happening music. Intrigue.
And often I get called on by glorious.
Makes sense, because Hildebrand is just
like
non-stop
yourself.
intrigue.
So tell
This is Hilda, not
what have
Hildebrand.
I done to deserve you?
There's a combat set that looks like that too. Gotcha. I mean, I would glamour it in a combat set anyway because it looks cool. I remember thinking like, wow, this is like the first piece of crafting gear that actually looks kind of sweet. Got a Hildegard. Gonna turn me into an Oglop.
That black dragon fighting the white dragon fate's going on right now.
In churning mists.
Yep. So of course, every time I find it, there's only one other person doing it, so there's like no hope of.
It's one of those like you need to have like 20 people or something.
Well, like you need to have a lot of people killing the black dragon, and I'm pretty sure you need to have someone healing the white dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm standing here, even if I started punching this black dragon in the butt, the white dragon's already 3/4 dead. I don't think Sweet D can handle it.
Got the Sweet D.
Oh, nope, fate ended. White dragon ran away.
Oh, you can benediction the white dragon? Cool.
Is benediction just a skill that you can use whenever you want on White Mage in this one?
It's the level 50, use once per 6 minutes to heal everything permanently type skill. So it's hallowed ground, but for healers.
6 minutes isn't bad.
I think it's 6 minutes. It may be a little less.
That was the 2-hour ability for White Mage in 11.
Yeah.
So once every 2 hours you can heal everyone to full.
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
Eh? What are they on about?
The high houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard.
Yeah, Kano now, Leon.
But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and Lowborn.
Would you believe that piece of shit took like 2.5 months of daily quests to unlock? It's actually pretty cool looking, but I'm sure I'll sub it out eventually if they don't. I doubt we're ever gonna get like a clipping pass on hairstyles. I tried some other hairstyles and I don't like any of them enough to warrant switching.
And so
Maybe the
Sir
afro
Emeric,
when it comes
Lord
out.
Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop.
But
if
have
he
you
wouldn't
tried
mind
them on
letting everyone
Lalafell?
know.
Yeah, you raise a good point. I could be Kano Lalafell.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
Wow. Seems to me that's what the good sir wants.
Yeah, Kami,
Seems
I've
he
been
thinks a
doing that
noble
for
sacrifice will
Airship.
serve to prove his claims.
But I found out that just starting Beast Tribe, now they have all the items. They changed this with 3.0. Like, if you just unlock Beast Tribe quest, which takes 5 minutes, all of the items that matter are available to you immediately. Like, the stuff that requires rep is like the pets and the furniture and the mounts. It used to be that you had to like level it up to get access to the later materials.
Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
I like her voice actress. She sounds familiar.
If Sir Emeric is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hells?
Whoa. Jade Jacobs. Do I know her?
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy.
Oh man.
And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom
Dude, it's cool
consorting
looking.
with the Queen of Rats.
Queen of Rats. I guess she hasn't really been in anything else.
Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and
Grr.
spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens. I've got irons of my own.
Cool. Koji Fox with the cool dialogue. Oh, by the way, that panel, so we were worried about, do we go to the Final Fantasy XIV panel or not, because there will be spoilers. It's going to be at the Hydra Theater, so it will be streamed, so we can just watch the VOD later after we beat it. We don't have to go.
Oh, good.
Cool.
That would help. Actually, Soken was just online talking about music a few minutes ago on the 14-hour stream, and I don't know. I felt kind of bad for him. They were playing like 10-second clips of a song and then going to another 10-second.
Oh no! Don't do that! No.
I was like,
what the hell
you're
can
not
we talk about for
appreciating it.
14 hours?
Yeah.
I know, right? That was my question.
It's one of those things like, oh, it's Final Fantasy 14. Let's do it for 14 hours. Like, you guys want to like plan that out a little bit better?
Well, I tuned in this morning and it was a lot of very 8 a.m. Japanese morning TV show, talk show type things going on. Except they happened to be sitting around computers and some of them were fighting Ultimate Weapon. So, I mean, it's kind of silly.
Music is cool. We may have heard it earlier. The Mongol.
It's a good track.
Oh, sir. Healing for you.
You disgust me.
continue to like the little voice-acted lines in the middle of battles. I think World of Warcraft's had that for a while. Might even be all the way back to vanilla.
It adds a lot. I almost considered switching back to English whenever I realized they were doing that in Heavensward. But of course, as I was explaining to you earlier, there's its own charm in hearing the English, other silly Japanese chants.
Is that a similar animation on the ground to the thing that bards do? Or is it very different?
Looks like the same.
There's enough of them that we know that that's not a bard doing it. But... Nice. This mongrel bitch is gonna put a bullet through your eyes.
Guide my sword.
Oh no. Black things.
Filthy rats.
Ruby Carbuncle. What?
Oh yeah.
He's still an Arcanist? Noob. Didn't even unlock this job crystal.
Apparently the best Archimist around. Which other ones have you seen with a Ruby Carbuncle?
Man, what the hell is this shit? That healer out of there. I like piss him off and taunt him out of it. Try that. Go. Good looking out, Elf now. Oh, I see. There's a little arrow icon over my head. Want to move out of it. And then this thing blows up and leaves a little fire AoE on the ground. Remember that these little single-player duties actually have mechanics now. It's been a while since we did one. It might have been before the area, I think was the last one. That's right.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Hey Dapper, how you doing? Right. Be complete. Yay, everyone's so happy. Man, I want a Ruby Carbuncle.
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
You can tell if someone's a villain if they use gross lipstick. That's not a good camera angle. Okay. For some reason, that's always the, like, something bad's about to happen to the person doing the desperate attack here camera angle.
Bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavensward might come here as well.
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Plan words, man.
Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned
Heavensward
on
and
suspicion of heresy,
Heavensward.
and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Yep. They called him that earlier on. You may have not picked up on it.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich
Oh, I'm just
answer
pointing
to
out
me.
again.
Alas,
Yeah.
the
Remember I asked that
master
question
of
before it
Heaven,
launched, like, is it supposed to be, like, toward heaven? Or is it, like,
the other half,
defending
who
heaven?
opposed his promotion to
Yeah,
Lord
they're being
Commander,
clever.
gathered-
Bad. Big Idleshire.
Bolstering the guard already.
Well,
eh?
it's really Koji Fox
I
being
didn't
clever,
know
but
it.
we'll
Right.
get into that.
I'd say
Right.
you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause.
I think they'll be smart to continue to use real, actual English words in their expansion titles.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's a problem when you're like, you know, Mists of Pandaria or like Warlords of Draenor.
I'm kind of like I dropped out of WoW before Pandaria, but
And the fact that we're sick of living off the
that could
leavings
be
of
a
our
very
decades.
funny
You've
expansion.
mind to
I
change
feel
things
like
around
if
here?
they chose to treat it as
Then
such.
we've a mind to join you.
I heard they did the opposite. They like treated it super seriously.
Oh really?
Yeah. I mean, to the extent that they can. Warcraft's always been kind of like a. There's this air of everything being a joke, but then you'll like get into the final boss fight and it'll be super epic.
Hmm.
Lich King was pretty dark overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you'll walk from a zone where there's a whole bunch of Nintendo references into like fighting a Nixia or something. This game seems to like isolate, quarantine a lot of its silliness into Hildebrand, which is especially silly. And I guess some of the minions and mounts and stuff. Unless if you count like a main story quest focus on procuring cheese as silly. It was a cool song too. Heavensward getting shit done music. No Hildebrand. It's gonna be a surprise day one. That's where Quetzalcoatl's finally gonna show up.
Heck yeah.
Hildebrand's gonna found Balam Garden.
That'd probably be less absurd than the story of Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah. He's gonna team up with Norg.
Maybe he is Norg. You ever think about
Norg. Man, Norg is 3/4 of his character is his music being so epic, right? Like that's what Norg is cool about. He's really just an opportunistic like businessman at the end of the day, and doesn't have anything to do with why Edea or Sid established what they did or the overarching plot. But at the time, at that point in the storyline, he seems like he's big shit.
It's like, you know,
he's just an indicator there's something more here, that's all.
I like Norg's music. Like, I love all the music in that game, and the battles in that game are pretty cool. Some fun mechanics in it. Norg, though, like, you know that scene in The Simpsons where, like, Lisa's dating Ralph or something, and then, like, they play back the video, and, you know, Bart's like, you know, you can, if you pause it, you can see the exact moment where his heart breaks. Like, Norg was the exact moment where I just became completely disenfranchised with Final Fantasy VIII. Like, what the hell is going on in this game? You can't just, like, introduce this thing halfway through the game with no follow-up at all. I'm like, I don't know, 13 or 14 years old or something, like...
Yeah.
I didn't get it, because it felt like a real BT dubs moment, like what Chrono Cross does all the time. Like, oh, BT dubs, there are like cat people. We haven't talked about that, but
the biggest thing he does, I guess, is that one line where he's like, "That stupid married couple," right? And you're like, "What?" And like,
that was pretty hype.
That's why I say I think he's meant to be something out of the blue to kind of illustrate to the player what Squall and his team are thinking. Like, all this shit that we've known, something is not right.
Something
about
is, yeah, okay.
It's
I
the
can
start
hear
of
that.
all that nonsense.
I'm gonna need you to be in chat when I play Final Fantasy VIII, man, because I'm gonna try really hard to like bust that stuff off the top of my dome. But
oh man, that's I was thinking about, like, I don't know, I've been watching people speedrun it lately, and It's one of the worst Final Fantasy speedruns, I think.
Oh, what's the
But
time on a speedrun?
it's like 8 to 10 hours, something like that, depending on how you do it. I think 9 and 10 are both up there in time as well, and maybe even worse. But the problem with 8 is you're pretty much stuck with trying to do limit breaks to get through shit, and the hacks to get through the game are dependent on what cards you get, and those are completely RNG based. So it seems like it's a terrible thing to try to do a particular run of. But I'm gonna look into it because I don't know. I'm masochistic enough that maybe it's worth my time at some point in my life, not now.
Look, they never answered the real question in Final Fantasy VIII, but why is the cafeteria always out of hot dogs?
Oh man, it's not really. It's just what they say to piss off Zell. That's all. The cafeteria ladies don't like him.
So the dungeon is very, very shortly after that single player duty that you're in Apex. So once you're out, queue into it. I assume you're in the single player fight.
Yeah, I'm in some single player fight.
Cool. I kind of got to brute force that one as a tank. Like things started to go bad, so I just deliver instant, popped a bunch of cooldowns, and I was fine.
Well, before we get started on that, I'm gonna go make a sandwich, so I'll be right back.
Okay, take your time. I'll keep doing hunts. What do I have? Lintersos. Cool beans. I'm excited. Enjoyed the Heavensward dungeon so far. So does this dungeon unlock our ability to finish getting all the ether currents in Sea of Clouds? Reason I ask is that doing the hunts there is a huge pain in the butt without flying. Cool. I like both of those things. Probably turn up the music a little bit when I start it. We'll probably get to it today, I guess. In other words. Or... Yeah, we'll see how we get. Would be cool if we make it to the trial too. And that monk go.
Mm-hmm.
Living La Vida Boca over here.
Yeah, I'm debating right now whether or not I want to start investing any esoterics into my monk. Because I got the cool shit for Paladin, and I'm not really doing Savage at the moment. So I don't really need to be pushing for super optimization on that.
Yeah.
And with, I guess I'm going to wait to see what they announce at PAX for when the next patch comes out. Because at the next patch, there'll be no new gear options.
Is it expected that until the next expansion, that Savage content will always require some amount of, like, daily gear grind? Because I know that, I was just asking, like, compared to Coil, where now you can go back with your Heavensward gear and do Coil and be fine without having to...
Oh yeah, I mean, eventually you'll outgear it. The optimal tome stuff is mainly just if you want to do...
The bleeding edge right when it comes out.
Right when it comes out,
Gotcha.
yeah. There's going to be several... Well, I say, the way it has been is there's several rounds of nerfing via gear, via Echo, via just mechanics. Now they may leave Savage alone because they're trying something new with that, but
No. I'm not looking to be safe for mechanics. I'm just saying, when we hit 60, we clearly can't queue into Alexander Savage, right? Some amount of gearing is mandatory to pass the DPS check Faust at the beginning, so like
Yeah, you'll definitely
I have no
want
intent to bypass the mechanics. I'm just curious to know if it's ever something we could realistically run without needing to all of us log in every day and grind for tomes, or like at some point, okay, the echo bonus is high enough, the gear from other content is high enough that we could just attempt this.
I mean, you can probably do A1 Savage without too much more than I-170, which is the point you're at for beating Savage or normal Alexander. So so you grind out the first set of tomes. That pretty much finishing that and gets you to Alexander normal. That puts you at I-170. I-170 is not too far off. I mean, people had no pieces or like one piece of esoterics when they beat the first Savage fight. So you'll definitely have one esoterics by the time you even get to normal. So,
well, my intent is we're not going to touch Savage at all, so long as it's bleeding edge content. But
no,
I should have boiled my question down into will it ever not be bleeding edge content before the expansion? It sounds like the answer is yes. Like there'll be something else that's more casual that we can just pop into. It'll give us gear.
Oh yeah, the 24-man raids almost certainly. And by the time you get out of the 24-man raids, it might be easy to do Savage the first round of it, right? Because the 24-man will give you equivalent gear or better gear than what's on offer now, since it'll be new.
Yeah. All right, Brown Bear was on 2 different hunt stacks. We got both of them. Cool. That's satisfying. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Gotcha. Yeah, there is no plan in the schedule. Like I would like to do Alex normal because that's definitely doable.
Yeah.
But bleeding edge content, I'm not prepared to poop socket for stream. As cool as that is, cool as I like to watch. I used to do that when I was field leader in World of Warcraft, and not a good time. I don't like when a game becomes such a huge obligation like that. Especially since this game seems to have a lot more, like, the gear grind seems to be on you. I imagine there's some drama in the higher level free companies. Because, like, you know, if you want to gear up your group in, like, Final Fantasy XI or World of Warcraft, like, your group has to go and run a dungeon and get the drops. This one, though, it's like, no, this is probably better that you personally have to go and be responsible and get your gear. But, like, what happens when someone in your group has dicked around all week and did something horrible, like went to a wedding or something, or... Like, how dare they, you know, have to work extra hours at their job? Oh, you're not geared up? I'm kicking you from a free company kind of thing.
And a lot of times it's not even gearing up, it's that we're so bleeding edge that we actually need a different class. Hey, buddy, go level up 50 levels.
You don't really get that so much in other games.
But, you know, it depends on your group makeup and how prepared you are going into it. A lot of times when people advertise for statics, they'll be like, I have this class, this class. This is at I-180, this is at I-175, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But, you know,
there seems to be less of a focus in this one on the bleeding. It's like they have it there for people who want it, because there is was it like 1% of the audience that wants it? I saw those numbers. It seemed like about 4% of player base has done Alex normal, and about 1% or less has done Savage.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Which sounds about right. I mean, nobody really did raid content in World of Warcraft either.
They said 32,000 have done AS1, right?
So they've gotten through the first fight in Savage 1.
That could potentially be like 10% if there's 300,000 active subscriptions, which is not a bad guess. But that's probably on... So yeah, so maybe Alexander 1 Savage is a fair amount, but the old numbers were much less optimistic than that for the last time they released this.
Did I misunderstand the 5 million players? Is that not the same as 5 million subscribers?
Yes.
Oh,
so
okay.
5 million registered accounts since the game started. So they're not counting trials, but they are counting people who have lapsed, is the way I understand it.
I see. I need Elder Suricta, which is House of Letters, and Hropkin, which
I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Kami, that's what I was trying to piece together in my head. Is most people that I saw speculating were thinking around that 300 to 500k number, but it doesn't make sense that many have done Alex Story to me either. Because that was on like 200k, something on that order.
There's probably like 7 subs.
Say about 7 water.
7 subs, but to alls. I'd be
Just
very
a bunch
happy.
of guys, you know, doing a chain to get the Twintanium out.
If
By
we have
bunch, I
like
mean
1
7.
million active subs, I'm so happy. That'd be outstanding if we actually have that. I wish we actually got data on it. We can know.
Oh. I would imagine 1 million is probably a reasonable number. And globally, that's right.
I'm kind of interested, Darkstar, in heading into turn 5 without having them look at a guide, and just like seeing how good my raid leader mechanics are as far as just explaining the fight. Because I've come across some people before that clearly had not watched a guide, and we beat some shit. So I'm interested in saying, okay, I'm going to use the ABC markers, I'm going to mime it out before we walk into the boss zone, I'm going to explain phase 1 through 3 and ignore 4 and 5 because we won't get there until 18 wipes. I can see how far we get. But, you know, if they want to look up a guide, they're more than welcome to as well.
I'd like to do that method. Yeah. That sounds great, man. Would prefer not to look at a guide if you want to try that out. For me.
Yeah.
Although that, like I've said,
Well,
anything raid related is the last thing we're going to do, because anything that involves us banging our head against a brick wall, like I would rather there be nothing else in the back of our mind, like, oh man, we really could have been pushing the Heavensward story today, or unlocking our high-level duty roulette, or doing something productive.
Well, Darkstar is absolutely right that it's probably a losing proposition to even try, but I'm interested. Keep in mind, you know, my preference is to beat my head up against a wall and things. So.
Yeah.
You guys may not want to share that experience with me, but
depends on how much fun y'all had with that Garuda fight where we were all blind. We had like a pug that joined us, and it took us 5 or 6 attempts. I had a lot of fun with that. That's that kind of thing. I guess the key is that every time you die, you ought to learn something. Like, okay, I stood in this thing, next time I won't stand in that thing, kind of a... If you're just dying because you don't have the numbers or something, that's the frustrating thing I want to stay away from.
Alright, I'm ready to queue after I get back from a break.
Okay, sounds good, man. Yeah, I hear that. No, that sounds right. That's pretty standard for raiding in World of Warcraft as well. It's like, one person makes one fuck up, wipe the raid. You have to go into it. That's why I'd prefer, if possible, like we've got folks in the free company that are pretty quickly leveling, like Chaos and his buddies did raiding in World of Warcraft, and Cappy's getting up there. Because I'd like to have a group of people where, like, if someone inevitably screws up a mechanic, because it's going to happen, we're all going to do it, that we're all just cool with it and say, it's cool, you know, it's going to happen. Try again.
That's my thing, is I really don't mind if people screw up on hard shit, because it's hard by definition, right?
Yeah, like,
but
expect it to happen.
The stuff that niggles me and rustles my jimmies is like, oh, you're clearly, you know, 18 beers in and you're trying to do this. There's, you know, something just egregious where you're not respecting other people's time gets me. But that's such a rare scenario too. That's
something that I feel is almost unique to pugs as well.
Yeah. You'd be surprised though.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not. If we don't ever get to do coil, I won't sleep at night.
I think I told you before. I had like a guy and his pregnant wife raiding with me at some point, and I was trying to split the line between, am I really mad at this girl for getting up to the bathroom every 10 minutes, or should I not be mad at that? Like, I have not had a pregnant wife, so I do not know.
Just try to exude calm.
Yeah.
While providing constructive criticism, because you can't just exude calm and be like, well, we died again. Like, okay, the reason that we died is because, you know, whoever got hit by this thing, so
yeah,
trying to do that next time.
Nah, Darkstar, I queued in the one time for about an hour, and I haven't tried in months, only because Heavensward came out, and I don't want to clear it my first time with people who are doing it for the level synced gear, you know? I want to do it with a group that's potentially new at it, and then, you know, that's either going to be our group now that we're going to gear up to that point, or it's going to be me having an entire Saturday afternoon to queue up in Party Finder looking for people willing to do that with me.
There's going to be some level of level sync in there, right? Like, there's some, like, because it's a level 50 dungeon, you're going to go in there and it's going to sync you down to whatever the highest level was at the time.
So here's the deal, like, at about where we're at 57, we have about equivalent gear to what people had when they beat turn 13-ish, whenever I was around. So this is turn 9, so this is the entire raid before that. So it's like going into the hardest boss in second coil, having all the gear from final coil. So even that in itself is going to be somewhat of a nerf. But Kami and Darkstar are correct in saying that you can't outgear mechanics for a fight like that in particular. So I'm okay with that level of nerf to the content without trying to do like a complete minimum eye level sync for that. So if we just wanted to go into it with the regular sync, that'd be fine with me for that. But that's just a personal.
I'd probably not hit the level sync. I mean, I'm sure that the gear isn't going to trivialize the content. It might give us some breathing room so that there's less whacking of heads against brick walls. Yeah, I like hitting my head against a brick wall, but there's a hard limit on how many times I can do that before I pass out or die, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I prefer the regular level 50 sink me down, but keep me at that eye level that's max, as opposed to the minimum eye level sync, which is level 50, and you have like terrible gear.
Yeah, that's what I mean about bleeding edge content. 'Cause it's like you have a little bit of gear that can let you survive through a mistake or two. Whereas like bleeding edge is no mistakes, and on top of having no mistakes, you're really gonna have to, like, you know, pop potions and stuff just to have enough DPS to have a chance of winning in the last second.
See that sounds fun as hell to me. I just don't want to do it because I don't think there's enough people like me that want to do that.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah. If you could magically solve the Dungeons and Dragons problem of how do I get 4 or 8 people in a room at the same time every week, like if there was some magic solution to that where you could just add extra time in the day, or like everybody goes into a hyperbaric time chamber like in Dragon Ball Z, then I would do that all day. But there's externalities that make that difficult to do and have fun with.
Yeah, I see. At this point, I kind of see it like the big problem has been solved for me, and that is the small leftover. So my big problem was, if I don't get into the MMO early enough, what am I going to miss out on? And I have done 99% of that.
That's cool,
right?
Man.
I've missed that. So if the 1% I missed out on is that I can't do that at the perfect eye level, then I still feel like I've won. You know.
It's still not a solution, though, Connie. There's still externalities there, right?
I'm back.
Okay, you guys all ready to queue after I re-invite Apex?
Sure.
Finder. The vault. Indeed.
You guys, you guys can't hear my ice, can you? Ice crunching, nobody can hear that?
Not right now, no.
Okay, cool.
They don't have enough people in this town to fit in all those pews.
They're hiding in the houses. This is a pretty cool dungeon location now. Alright.
I know, right?
So it's been about 3 weeks since I tanked on Warrior. So
Boo.
Let's see how we do.
Boo.
I don't do
No
your level with it,
excuses.
man. I'm already far enough. Yeah,
No
no Johns.
excuses.
No Johns.
I know, Monk pulled.
Not an excuse, it's just an explanation about what's going to happen. Always ready. What is an ostiary? Heard that word before.
That's what they call you when you get old and haven't had enough calcium your whole life.
It is.
Hey, does
doorman
your
or porter?
Does your magic mental capacity to judge DPS get any kind of good data from little quick fights like this?
Let me focus my third eye. Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
In the space of my mind's eye, if you wanted to know a number, I might be able to summarize it for you.
Okay. On
While
that
you're
last,
doing that, let's get to the
on
next
that last
mob
one,
before my
is
little buff goes away. Okay, thanks.
On it.
Is it like not terrible for the last one? Because I have no idea what to expect out of Monk AoE.
What's good?
I have no idea. I know what it is for 50 and I know it is for 60, but I don't know in between.
Wow, this dungeon's kind of built with bigger poles in mind. Nice. My incredible psychic powers tell me you're ranging between 700 and 900, depending on whether there's AoE or not.
Okay, that's actually interesting.
I don't know if it's influenced significantly by there being many targets. Maybe it only was really the helpful number in a single target fight.
That's specifically why I was asking, is because I never get the AoE.
Oh, I see.
And I've heard people talk about like, oh, using Elixir Field on 18 mounts buffs your numbers a shit ton and shit like that.
So Matt, you're looking for minimal downtime between pulls so that you can keep your stacks up, is that right?
Well, I mean, I have my new dragon thing. It's not really a stack, but
Keep up the buff. I guess, hey Pax, let me know if you need to like slow down for mana regen or something. Probably.
No, you're good.
I mean, as long as the fight takes a minute, then I'll have it back for the next one.
Monk is third on the melee AoE DPS list. Oh, on the melee AoE, that's not too impressive. It's 4. Wait, Monk, Ninja, Dragoon, and what's our other melee? Is that it? That's it, right? Okay.
I need to pause for a quick second after this.
That's what I thought.
There's a skill I got at 58 that I only have on my Deliverance bar that I should add to my Tank Stance bar.
Cool.
So I haven't had the tank. It is an oh shit button that heals me for a bunch. But it gives me TP if I'm in DPS stance.
Yeah. I saw that Kami. I don't know what to think. I guess I'm happy. I feel like I'm fine. I don't really need a buff, but...
Yeah, right? Dark Star of the game is just adding it. Anyway. I guess I could replace something for now. I just throw it on the list. Okay, we're good. Oh, yep. Should have noticed that from the map. Look, a door. Closed door. Door number 1. Hit what you want. It seems like there's a lot of AoE pulls in this dungeon.
Oh. Ah.
Dragoon's the king of melee.
I've heard that.
Bottles of high elixir. Alright. Boss fight. Some dudes. Probably kill the ads first. Ready?
Yeah.
Probably kill the number 2 first, actually. He's a mage. This one. Facing away, see what happens. Interesting. Oh, nice. That dude is tall. Holiest of holy. So I like appreciate everything that Apex does so much more now that I've been playing Scholar. Like, oh man, look, I took 0 damage. It must have been that Adlo. Ooh.
I know, right?
He just limit breaked it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Whoa. Oh, nice. Don't stand by those orbs. I think he leaves them in his wake when he ports around like that. It's pretty cool looking at. The spell effects in this game are really to be admired. You don't really see that.
Oh yeah.
You see a lot of reuse of spell effects, but it seems like they're like, you know what, we're going to devote some of our art team to making an effect that we're just going to use in this one fight.
I'm marked.
Probably get away from the party.
Nah, it just means he's going to use a single target limit on me.
Gotcha. That's cool. Trying to finish him off.
Damn it.
Okay, fight 2. There we go.
Oh god.
Good fight.
Oh
Did
god.
you miss any mechanics?
No, we did pretty well actually on that. I was impressed with our DPS output compared to what I've seen. Not having any third eye, at least.
And the game wants us to play as. Does Monk use strength or dex?
We use strength.
Okay, I could see that changing game to game.
Yeah, I can imagine too. Can you like give me a number for that one actually?
537.
Okay.
Man, taking all that dex gear back.
Level of Bard.
Yes.
Look, man, he had like 1% health left. I jumped in to try to finish him off. What the fuck was the worry? I killed him.
There's a Twitch subreddit post that was like, why shouldn't I get into streaming? One of the posts it made is like, you really need to have a thick skin because like people will pick apart everything you do. And someone was like, yeah, like one day he's like a partnered streamer. He's got like, you know, thousands of people in his chat. He's like, one day I like went to go put on my hoodie and it took me like an extra 5 seconds to put the hoodie on. Like I got my arm stuck in the armhole or something, and people were making fun of me for it for the rest of the stream. So like, if I let that get to me, then I wouldn't be able to do Twitch. But I guess this is why a lot of like YouTubers. Sorry, I know this one's not aggro. This is why a lot of YouTubers will stop engaging with their community, because the more and more people you have, the more and more that's going to happen. That's just not an option on Twitch or any kind of live streaming.
It's neat. I've seen PewDiePie try to deal with that actually a lot. having only seen like his Dark Souls videos. Only reason I subscribed to him is he did something interesting where he did his quick edits of that video as opposed to doing the long form, which I thought was neat.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was right. Apparently, that was his transition time where he started making the buku bucks, and you could definitely see that his friendly, I'm gonna bro fist my viewers was straining at the edges a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to do this with these people.
Right.
They're a bunch of fuckers. The way they talk to me.
Dude's been on South Park now. Like I imagine he puts up with some serious bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Amber Eyes. Some people's kids is the way my wife phrases it. What?
No.
It's for you. Enjoy.
Also, the friars that we were just fighting have my cool monk weapon. That look pretty neat.
I've found that the Amber Eyes that the community in this game is mostly non-toxic. The problem is the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Like the shitty people, you're gonna notice that they're shitty. You're not gonna count the cool people as often. But I subscribe to the theory that player toxicity is almost always a function of mechanics in the game. Yeah, there are people who are just naturally more toxic and nasty, but like you can make your game mechanics to discourage toxicity. I think that a lot of Final Fantasy XIV is like that, especially in the main playthrough. Yeah. What server do you play on, Amber?
I'll be curious what your mind's eye says about me after this dungeon. I'll invite the criticism of people, so you should let me know when this is done.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking too, because I want to see. I can know specific things in my monk that I'm not great at, and I kind of want to have a number for how bad I am for not improving at it. Like specifically some of my 50 to 60 skills, the Forbidden Chakra move. I don't use that because I always forget about it, and I feel like it's maybe 1 or 2 instances to use that per instance.
It sounds like they're adding a like beginner's palace or something, not in 3.1,
Yes.
but soon, where like they'll let people figure out their DPS without needing to use, their mind's eye. Lich, cool. We're on ultras. What's your main, Amber? Oh, that's frustrating, Amber. I feel like tanks ought to be the chill people.
No, tanks are the divas always.
Really?
That's why I try to play tank, because then you know.
I guess I don't know,
because
because how often do I run it? Yeah.
Yeah. Tanks are.
I saw that.
I guess
there was a healer or a DPS being a diva with you the other day when we were running Hawk, and like, doesn't Dark Knight have a stun? Like, shut him.
Yeah.
Man. Clearly, this is he's level 30.
Right.
Well, you do have a stun at level
Yeah.
30, but it's on a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah.
So when you get the double pull of those things, you can only kick one of them.
Well, I guess I mean
That's
the
exactly
person
what
who is
happens
being
here.
like, who is being goofy about it. It's like, man, even though they do have a stun, like the person, even if they've played tank their whole lives, like they just throw 30 abilities at you. It's not like other classes where you get them one at a time,
The other thing is that in that specific instance, I a lot of times don't like the stun ad nauseum stuff because it's part of teaching the player base to get good. And I know that's kind of a cop out a little bit.
Yeah.
But if it's a super easy to dodge AoE like those guys do, I really don't want to support a player base who relies on their tanks to stun everything like that all the time. In Duty Finder at least.
Yeah.
So yeah. You have to be a little
You should
careful.
have the lowest expectations in Duty Finder. If someone is awesome, like just be pleasantly surprised.
It's the same kind of thing with whenever I'm tanking and people are. What am I trying to say here? Oh, like if DPS are attacking the wrong thing, I've been a DPS before, and I'm attacking 2 different targets than the other DPS are attacking, and the tank really wants you to attack the one, but they're not going to label it with the 1, 2, or the 3. Then, that's their problem. If you're not labeling 1, 2, 3, then it's your fault when they're not attacking the ones you want them to attack.
Yeah.
And you could, you should use that as an opportunity as a tank to get better at target switching. If you're having trouble with that, and if you admit you can't handle it, then mark them, right?
That's really cool, Amber, that you hit 45 White Mage so quickly. We started playing in May with just like doing the story on Wednesdays and Saturdays when we stream. So it seems like you can get to the cool content fairly quickly in this game.
Yep. I found the same thing.
I'll cut you to pieces.
Yeah, Amber, it used to be that 1 to 50 was reliably a lot nicer than 50 plus, but I think when the new classes got added that started at 30, people started having, or the more toxic people in the player base came back to those earlier levels. I think that's what happened.
Cool. Get these. So I guess like the religion turns into super knights. Oh, don't stand in that, probably.
Well, don't stand in the red areas. There was a white area right next to them, but it was fine.
A very specific looking AoE. This is the vault, which is in Heavensward.
Okay.
Cool. Amber, when you queue into those dungeons, do you? I don't know if this would matter, because most of our dungeons have been static. But do you open by saying that, hey, I'm new to the game, I've never done this before? I found that is usually helpful.
The game says that, though. I mean.
Yeah, but I feel like if the game just says it and you don't point it out as well, like, hey, I'm new. If you have any comments, let me know. People tend to be a little chiller. I'm glad that the game says it as well, so it's not a surprise. Usually what I'll do is if I see someone's new, I think I want to get them out of that shit. They have like a, what's that purple buff below them? I can't mouse over.
What does he say right there in English?
He just says "Owa, owa, owa."
Okay.
Those purple portals are making a little purple tether at you if you get too close to them, so I don't think we want to stay
Yeah,
close.
it looks like it's just a DPS, a dot.
I got you. Stay away from the portals.
And you get vulnerability stack.
Ah, interesting. And if people are butts, that's not going to save you at the end of the day if someone's just a butt.
Yeah.
Ouch. He does have a nasty cleave. Oh, cool. That was a cool fight.
Good deal.
Assuming it's over. They do this like transform thing that makes me wonder if we're at it's another phase. Cool, Amber. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, this game gets so cool.
I
I want
have
a
that
laser axe. Why can't I get a laser axe?
I have that helm. You don't you want to wear that helm all the time, Marstead?
I haven't agreed the helm.
That's
I'm not
your,
gonna get it,
It's
but
an
I'm gonna
upgrade
read
for
it.
me.
Your Baratheon helm right there.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Throw it on, just show what it looks like. Insufficient armory chest space, man.
No.
When we first started playing, people were like, yeah, there's not enough armory chest space. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's like all these slots. You can't possibly run out
I'm
of that.
always running out of space in that, and I don't know what.
Yeah. I think
Hey.
Astrologian's cool, Amber. Astrologian is a fun concept, and it's fun to play for the tiny levels I've done it at. It sounds like the community's decided it does need buffs, though.
Yeah. I mean, Apex, you can say that it needs buffs, right?
Yeah, it's pretty stressful coming from a scholar and playing that.
Because like when you're Astrologian, you're doing 100% healing, right? You don't have anything that you can rely on to let you DPS in between, and even then you're still having trouble keeping everybody healed.
Yeah, I mean, you can still pop into cleric stance and throw there. They've got one dot and they've got one nuke, and you do that in a downtime. But when like with a scholar, I can do that and then catch up, Like you'll get to like a quarter health, and I can pull you back. And I think white mages can do that too, although they don't need to stay in cleric stance as much. I understand. Maybe that's incorrect. But yeah, I feel like the scholar just doesn't. The astrologian just doesn't have the push to really pull you back up.
The core mechanics that are there are cool. I feel like just like the numbers need to be buffed a little bit. Buff the potency. It doesn't feel like they have a skill that's missing.
That's a complicated question, Amber. My small knowledge on it, and I think Kami might be better in Darkstar, no more. I know the white mage-ish side of the astrologian is the more popular one at the moment, as opposed to the scholar-ish side of astrologian. So maybe if you like playing similar stuff, then that's a good thing to level. But if you're trying to look for something different, maybe not. But again, that's the kind of thing that's probably going to change too, right?
I would say on the contrary, like, since you cannot start the game as an astrologian, a dark knight, or a machinist, and you really want to play one of those three classes, it makes the most sense to like transition to it from a class that's in the same role. Like, it makes much more sense to go from being a white mage to astrologian than it is to go from being a white mage to a dark knight immediately without like practicing tanking on a lower class at all. So if that flavor is more your style, I guess that's what I would consider, because like scholar seems to be stressful, like you're almost like a half DPS, half healer character. White mage is more the pure heals, and astrologian, I guess the theory is it's more buffs, like support heals.
If you're gonna play astrologian though, you have to have a macro that says it's time to duel every time you draw a card.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I've seen like more than one post on Reddit with people having that macro.
Also,
my favorite 4-second YouTube video is that, but at the end instead of duel, it's Shia LaBeouf saying "do it," and he's on the card doing his little thing.
Yeah. Just, I would say play all the healers. Have you really played any other classes other than your white mage? Since Heavensward, you get plus 100% XP on any class that's lower than your highest job, so it's fairly trivial. Like, if you wanted to try out Scholar, for example, you could probably do that in a couple afternoons of playing.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that anything is viable. When we talk about what is better and not better, we're talking about like bleeding edge content has a preference for this. But
Dragoon is the best. Do it.
99%.
Sorry, I had to interrupt.
Good. I mean, Dragoon is always cool.
He's right though. Like, you can do the main game with any class and be fine. It's really just like the hardcore end game. This is a problem in a lot of communities where there's like this super hardcore, super competitive, less than 1% of the community that drives the more casual community in their decision making. Like, oh, you know, this Hearthstone player doesn't use this card. Although I guess Hearthstone's a bad example because there are cards in TCG game that are just objectively bad at any level of play. But like in Diablo, for example, like, yeah, does the build push, you know, Greater Rift 55? No, but is it fun to play? Then play it.
Kami soliciting that twin Tanya.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Diablo patch.
I need to add stream achievements.
Beam! I know, right? It looks just
opportunistic. Come on. One gargoyle does not want to pop off. Too much teeps.
Yeah,
I'm doing too well at your job.
It's a downside on my playing ability if I pull them off you.
No, that means I need to do better. It's always my philosophy as a tank. DPS is pulling. I've played games where like, no, the math is set up such that the DPS actually has to watch it, otherwise they will always pull threat from the tank. This game, I don't think this is one of those games. Like, if the tank loses threat, they did something wrong. 11 was like that, where a black mage, technically if a black mage could take a hit, they would be the best tank in the game because they could put out more enmity than any other character. Gotcha. You should finish taking Arcanist to 30 Amber Eyes and try out Scholar just to see if you like it. It's a very different experience. And Cool hat.
Wouldn't it be awesome if one of these guys, instead of getting really big, got really small and turned into a Lalafell for their final form? That would have been much more intimidating.
You know it. I like the kind of chess piece.
Or if one of them was a Lalafell, and when they got really big, they only got like 6 feet tall.
Right.
Like
Just like regular height.
height.
Yeah. Alright, you guys ready? Weeds.
Yeah.
Weeds. Okay, so this is the final point. Altar cannon. Ouch. Nasty. Single target hit. Don't stand in that.
Yeah, that's right.
No, stand. Okay, it doesn't stick around. He's chained Apex. I don't know what that means yet.
Means I'm getting hit a bunch.
Those aren't actual enemies, by the way. Don't let them walk into you. Now we know.
Jesus.
Going Mantra out.
Out of that. Chain's still on Apex.
Now we got rid of it.
Guessing those aren't actually ads. Killed a Holy Flames. Look out for the robots in the center. Which aren't actually mobs. They target us. We're on my DPS stance for this. I might have done better on killing these things if I had gone in the DPS stance. I probably could have taken 2 on my own. Back to tech stance. Cool.
Sickness must be purged.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Kami. I'll have to defer to Kami on that. Played a little bit of Scholar, but no White Mage. This is kind of cool. Like the look where they're coming from and go stand in that general area so they don't walk into you.
Ouch. The holy chain killed me.
Sickness must be purged.
Try to point out those knights when they pop up. I can see them better.
Yep. Apex, if you want increased healing for a raid, let me know and I'll pop something.
Okay, look out. There's knights coming. Stand in the gaps of their movements. They just walk straight forward. It's a really neat mechanic. Instead of having it be a spell effect.
Shit.
Oh my god.
That was my fault.
Pick you up in a second, hang on.
You probably limit break.
Sickness must be purged.
Look out. Get in the empty spaces of these robots. Another one all the way to the left. Safe.
Jesus, man.
You can use your healer limit break to pick them both up, right? It's a res?
No.
Level 3? Don't do that?
Level 3.
Okay. Disregard.
Watch me. Limit break, I'm gonna finish this. Ah! Hold him for 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Oh! Close. 1%. Nice, GG. That was a cool fight.
Whew.
So the chains, that has come up in a lot of raid fights. Maybe the first time you've seen it. Two people will get connected with the tether, and you have to run apart 180 degrees away from each other to break it.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's an interesting mechanic that does come up again. So there's that, and there's the Sunken Temple of Karn guys coming at you. Great stuff.
Do you need that sword? Do you have it yet? You're welcome to take it if you need it.
It looks neat, but I've got a neater sword. You can have it.
That was a really cool fight. There's the tether mechanic that if anyone gets tethered, run away from each other. I like the knights spawning at the back of the room. Clearly there was like the Ifrit nail mechanic of break all the holy flames.
Yeah.
Anything else that we missed?
A lot of quotes on Reddit from that fight. Sickness must be purged. Stuff like that.
That's a fun fight. Looking forward to playing that one again in the future. That was a
good
game
dungeon.
over less wipeless run.
Oh,
Yep.
power! How can this be?
That kind of has a Kermity sound to his voice.
Fall back!
Yeah, Kami, there's a lot of avoidable damage in that fight if you know it, but if you don't, it's hell on healers.
Avoidable damage is don't stand in the path of the chess pieces. Don't stand in the red circles when they come up on the ground. Don't stand in front of him unless if you're the tank.
Get out of tethers. You know, a whole
Tethers
bunch
are the
of
big one.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, are my macros not? Are my cooldowns not macroed anymore? Interesting. Oh, chat. Yeah, I'm watching.
Father, please!
We were not too late, my friend.
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And
tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
guy looks like Garland from Final Fantasy IX. Just in his face.
Hmm.
Oh man.
Look out!
We get Zeused. Good looking out, Jon Snow. Oh no! Yeah, I can hear that, Amber. Have you seen Ramu in the game yet? I forget when you run into. Is that a post 50 content? Oh man. Ramu has this like ridiculous huge beard in this game. Like, more ridiculous than normal. Yeah, right, Priscilla.
Lord Orchefort!
Aw. Orchefort was cool. Boy for him to go to. Cool music here too. Hey Game Boy, how you been?
You are unharmed.
I feel like a good chunk of what makes
Forgive me.
like the famous Eris scene from Final Fantasy VII hurt so bad is the music that plays during it, and that like in the boss fight that immediately follows, it continues playing the sad Eris theme and not like the bumpin' Genova boss music.
And
Music
then
is
if you
really
did it
important
right,
for
you
these
just
scenes, right?
omni-slash the boss to death.
Because you already have Omnislash, then
Do
you
not
show your
look at me
rage.
so. A smile better suits a hero.
Yeah. Did that happen in the earlier Final Fantasies at all? Was there a sad event where the music overrode the normal battle music? I guess so. That you have that in like Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6.
4 had a ton of deaths, but I don't remember how they were handled.
They'll
Them
come
came
back.
Didn't
anyway.
most of those deaths? Did they? They only came
Yeah.
back in like the remakes, though, right? Like the original Super Nintendo version, they were just gone.
Did they have a story? I forgot how they brought him back. I remember that they did.
Some of them you'd go and be like, oh, cool, there's Yang. Oh, hey, Sid's okay.
Palom and Porum. Well, I guess we're spoiling all the potential deaths for 4, but eh.
4 is statute of limitations. This audience, I'm not too worried. But... 4 temps matter. Let's go. And just Tella, really. Oh yeah, because he's a cool character from before. See, this is the problem, because that is a cool scene, and I'm sad because I liked him. But, like, I think the decision they made with Nanamo kind of, like, takes the wind out of the sails of anything they choose to do with that. I mean, clearly that one's not a... I don't think they're going to take that one back. That looked pretty final. But they have to be extremely careful about pulling a, oh, it's the end of the chapter, goosebumps, like, oh, he got struck by the back of the head, but it was his, brother, and he was fine. Death fake-outs make it harder to feel, I think, when something actually happens later, because you're not 100% sure that it's for real yet. Yeah, I think I interpreted that as they're petrifying themselves, but they're going to be petrified forever. So that counts as death. Aw, character's so
A knight
sad.
lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling.
A schedule update. We got about another 2 hours of Final Fantasy 14. We'll take it as far as we can. If we get close to and have time to do it, we'll try to do the trial that's also at 57. If not, though, we'll wrap up with some Realm Reborn dungeons, and then Chrono Trigger starts at 11:30 noon, somewhere in that range, Pacific. My wife's blind playthrough of the DS version to celebrate 20-year anniversary of its release in the West.
Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son, and for the nation he loved. Go!
Okay, cool. I'm excited to do that. We got 2 hours left, so...
His sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
Seems like the interstitial questing is cut down a bit. Especially from Realm Reborn.
Yeah, it's tragic. You just learned that he's the bastard son and all that.
Oh, super sad. This mind's eye that I have, I also have an extremely good psychic memory, and I remember everything perfectly about all the fights we just did, so I can share that data with you.
I would be curious
Put it to work and
know
send it
how
out.
much people just
I
judge
don't-
me.
I don't want to know because I died. I should have died.
Well, that fight wasn't the best, but I can send the aggregate data over the course of the battle.
Yeah,
in
I suppose
different fights throughout the dungeon.
You know what you and me need to do is we need to party up sometime and let me wail on a dummy using a rotation or something.
Yeah,
I'd be
that's-
interested in knowing that.
For sure. Happy to help. Kinda, sort of Forgotten Night.
BRB.
Now, the World of Warcraft version of that sort of psychic knowledge also had a heals per second. Is that the kind of thing that's tracked
I do.
too?
It's amazing the things that I can do and think.
So who is at the top of the heals per second list? Is your psychic opinion?
Probably Sweet D.
Wait a minute.
Clearly, it was Eb Verga. You're at, I think, I was number 2. You had 665 heals per second in that final fight, and I had 78 because of my oh shit button that I have now that heals myself a little bit.
I healed myself once or twice.
You were 9.4.
Yeah.
Heals per second.
My friends, I am in your debt.
I could
take that,
The
Pat.
wounds are healing well.
Ah.
at least.
I could get a
It
third
doesn't
eye.
split me and my pet actually.
I have a setting. I can, if I think really really hard, I can merge the value of your pet and you, or I could split them. It's tough, you know.
I don't know, man. When I played WoW, I didn't get too deep into all the add-ons nonsense, but I did do a lot of it, and aesthetically it annoyed me to have a bunch of different fonts around everything and a bunch of different UI sizes, and it looked ugly even when you tried to make it look minimalist.
Yeah.
So I'm really trying to avoid any extra overlays, even though one probably is not bad. I'd rather have it,
There's a tool you can get if you were to be a monster and download an add-on. I don't know who would do that. There's a tool you can get that makes it look like the native Final Fantasy UI and like makes it as minimalist as possible and like puts it over by the party list. So
that does sound neat.
Yeah, you also don't have to use the overlay. You can just have it run in the background and then look at they're basically in like spreadsheet form after you're done.
But yes, you have the right of it.
Like they've said, they really don't care as long as you're not using it to like harass people in a dungeon and like duty finder and be like,
The architects of
"The hell, man, you're only putting out 100
King
DPS."
Thorin and his knights 12, entrapped
I would harass
and
somebody too,
butchered the
100
great
DPS.
worm, that they might partake of her eyes.
That's
and
below my
thereby
limit.
Transcend their mortal limits.
Whoa, that's pretty cool. Okay.
Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed.
The great worm slew the king and half of his knights.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained. Their one mistake was to show mercy, for from his brother Hraesvelgr did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance.
Whilst Thorden's son Haldreth took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people.
Thus was the first Azure Dragoon born, and
So to be an Azure Dragoon, you have to go around and like kill dragons and take their eyes, right? So that puts an upper bound on the number of awesome dragons can exist out there by how many people play Dragoon to a high enough level.
for my sin? Will your son
Azure
and his
Dragoons,
son
only the
answer
first and the
for me
last
as well?
really did anything with eyes. They just hold on to the one they always had.
What do you mean?
Passed it along.
You're saying the title that Matt has is a lie?
I don't
If a
have that
man
yet.
cannot
Oh,
atone for
disregard.
his sins in the course
I
of
have
his
Nidhogg
altered
Slayer up
fleeting
because I
life,
like being a walking
must his
spoiler. but-
progeny then be held
No, I know, right?
Yeah, I saw that walking around for a while.
I remember I got
Thorin's
to
betrayal of
like
Ratatoskr was an
54 or whatever it was, like right before you go to the area, and I saw people walking around with that, and I was like, shit, there are people at 60 already? 'Cause I assumed that was like a 60 fight.
That's smart of them to put it
Nay, say
midway
I.
through. It's
I
that
would
whole
not
like the whole
see
game
our
is the end
children
game feel.
sacrificed
It's
in a
the goal of a
vain
lot of people these
attempt to
days.
appease an implacable foe. Dragons are not like us, my son. To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday.
Oh, I see, Kami. That makes sense.
No reparations shall ever suffice.
I mean,
This
Tordon
fact
here is laying down a lot of
should
logic
serve as
for why he's
ample
doing what he's doing.
justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such.
This is your solution. You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence.
Compelling narrative.
And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve. And
Next
what would you
expansion's
say to
gotta
them?
be Lalafell Town, right? If this is Elf Town.
What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands?
He's being all
The
raw town, man.
mothers who have lost their sons?
Sonic
Have their
everywhere.
loved ones died for naught?
It's a pretty standard
It should be a
JRPG
Lalafell
quote.
town, and all the doors should be like 4 feet tall, so your character has to have an awkward ducking in animation to get in them.
Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dark Stars. This is not necessarily unique, what you know to this point, but this kind of exposition on that concept of why the major
Soon I
religious
shall
figure is
free us
doing what he's
from the
doing
sins
is a
of
little
antiquity.
unique. It's a better execution of a same old idea, I think.
Yeah, there's a TV Tropes article, Corrupt Church, argues that it's extremely common in JRPGs because the thought of like organized religion in this sense is a very foreign concept to the Japanese, so it shows up a lot more in JRPGs. Fantasy in general. But like if there's an organized religion in a JRPG, you should expect that you're gonna fight their evil Satan god
If he has
at some
spoken
point.
with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly.
Your Eminence.
Cool sword, man.
No.
Sorry,
And
mind
then
melded me.
Pen up to
You saw
Halone.
something, did you
Justice.
not?
Right.
A vision of the past.
Meant to ruminate. Like, I don't know, that's just neat how they're doing a little bit of directing and blocking in these
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of cutscenes.
So
I appreciate
this
it.
is the power of the echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past.
Yeah, the
Cause an
cinematography in the
exercise
cutscene in this game is
futility,
on
as you
point.
saw. Faced with
Yeah.
the firmity of his
You see
conviction,
the
and his
camera
many
angle will
ready
change
rejoinders,
after almost every
my
dialogue
words
line.
deserted me.
MMOs don't do that.
To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
Wait.
A friend
Hey, Random,
once
how you been?
impressed upon me the importance of
Do you want a cutscene ahead
differentiating
of
between
time,
words, deeds, and
Apex?
beliefs.
I might be.
Were he-
I don't know, man. I might be like a minute ahead of you. I don't know.
Even
Okay.
so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about.
I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, the Heavensward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Aye, the manner in which Sir Zephyrin struck down Lord Horschiffon was unlike anything I've ever seen
He had a
before.
cool, like, radiant lance. Turn into Zeus.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture.
Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith.
Cool.
7 hells!
If Lady
Oh, I
Aisha
get
can
it.
use her own body as a vessel
No shit.
for summoning.
Wait, is that what they're doing?
What?
Are the heavens
Don't
truly
don't
so
do it.
reckless?
Okay, I won't say it yet.
Don't say what yet.
Are you through this next
Unbelievable.
cutscene?
Yeah.
Are we suggesting
As
that
they
they're the Knights
fled,
of the Round?
My father spoke. Though I know not what he intends,
The
I fear
Heavensward,
no
what are you
good
talking
shall come of it. We must find the Heavensward.
Look, if we have to
and stop
chocobo
my
race
father
to get
before
to
it
the
is
final
too late.
dungeon,
Saying.
Right. Got a gold chocobo.
I don't know. Sid's airship can't land on the forest, right? Like,
Cool. Oh man, I'm pretty stoked about that. Yeah, this is the MMO version of Final Fantasy. There's one other one. There are 14 Final Fantasy games at the moment. It's being the 14th, 15th in development.
You might have been seeing like 1.0 Final Fantasy 14, 2.0 Final Fantasy 14. Those are referring to the current patch. Maybe that's what you're thinking of.
Well,
or you could be thinking
Final Fantasy 11 had like 5 expansions. Is that right?
We're all interpreting it different ways.
I interpret it as like Matt's like it's about 7 water. That's pretty cool too, because I feel like they couldn't make Knights of the Round work with an actual summon or primal. How does that work? The thing that excites me most about this game is they have content for days. They've got so many expansions just ripping off or inspired by earlier Final Fantasies.
Oh yeah.
Sky Steel Manufacturer.
How much MGP did you say you had, Marstead? Like 700k?
I've bought the look. I have the Adamantoise mount. I have all the minions. I have the ponytail hairstyle, so I've gotten like 450k MGP so far.
How did you have so much?
I do the mini jackpot every day. I do all 3, and then just zone it on the jackpot.
Yeah.
I get lucky every now and then. I had a bad streak last week. I didn't win it at all.
I've had a streak the last couple times I log in. I just break even. Like there's nothing on the thing to aim for.
Yeah, I think Random was talking about like Final Fantasy as a series, not Final Fantasy 14 in particular.
Oh.
Yeah, there are many Final Fantasy titles. There are 14 core titles, and then lots of spin-offs and sequels and relists among them.
Most of them are unique in that they aren't story tied to each other.
Yeah, it's like an anthology series.
Yeah.
We have similar themes, similar mechanics, creatures, character names.
Is Sid making a joke? No, but it's probably the source of some phenomenal cosmic power in Skiba's plans.
Sid get a new costume too? Did I miss that?
Cool. Yeah, last time he showed up. His padded quilt outfit there.
I like new costumes tropes, man. Yopi, back to the builders. Yeah, it's one of those, it's kind of a nightmare if you're just like wanting to pick your game on Twitch by typing Final Fantasy.
Yeah. That's quite a bit.
Legend of Zelda is pretty bad too, so many of them.
Yeah. I don't envy somebody, like, we grew up with it, so we know all the nuances and we can talk about
that's weird.
The particular battle system of 10-2 versus 5.
Because could you think if like Final Fantasy 6 wasn't called Final Fantasy 6, it was called, Magitech Empire Adventure. You can at least, but just that you take for granted that you just say 6 and everyone knows what the number 6 means. That's pretty crazy.
I mean, it is kind of neat that we can do this thing we're doing right now in particular and actually use that knowledge, right? Because I've thought about that before. Like, how much intimate knowledge do we have just by growing up in the era of this kind of nonsense? And it doesn't get used in our day-to-day life. I don't walk up to my buddy and start talking about these kind of in-depth video game details. But it's there is an audience for it if you if you expand your reach to the entirety of the internet, right? or people who enjoy talking about that shit.
Nah, screw the trial. I want to unlock flying and Sea of Clouds, Kami.
Yeah, let's do that. That will bring the most delight to Matt.
That's where we're going next. Spoilers for like 2 minutes ahead of where you are.
Oh geez, Sea of Clouds? I'm shocked. It'll be a second to get this on Imager, but the link in chat. Speak for yourself, Blairwing. Don't use it in our day-to-day life. That's the dream. Our side comic, but it's like basically Twitch.
I've seen that, yeah.
My parents cut that out years ago, had that on my wall.
That's funny.
Now I like getting kids that come in during like Zelda or something that, you know, like the earliest Zelda they could have possibly played was like Twilight Princess or something, and tell them about the older titles.
It's cool. I've seen a lot of folks that are that young that are actually going back to play the old games. It's neat to me that they're going to exist just via the history. You know, people are going to go and play them. They'll have different experiences with them than we did, to a certain extent. But some stuff that I thought would have just been lost for forever now exists because of emulators and because of people like us talking about it.
Yeah.
And because of the companies being very willing to mine the old
nostalgia for
IPs. Yeah. So it's kind of neat.
Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
We're a fairly unique generation that we grew up with like the Atari and the NES. So like as a completely new form of art was burgeoning. I mean, I guess it would have been the same for when film was first starting.
Yeah.
People who grew up with the first films and maybe the first talkies even, seeing it evolve to today.
Those were just... I think you can make a pretty similar comparison, but films I feel like almost immediately hit the imagination of the public. Although maybe that's my bias, because I think of 1985-ish or 83 or whenever NES came out as immediately the video game market picking up, and I guess it wasn't really. It was a few years ago before that, and it didn't really pick up, and the market was crashing. Was the story, right? I don't know, because it was like 1909-ish, that kind of like 1890s.
I know from reading about this and trying to educate myself when talking about like pushback against video games as an art form, that there was pushback against film. Saying that, you know, novels are better. And you go back further in time, and there was pushback when the printing press came out of like getting rid of the oral storytelling tradition of like, oh no, this is so great because people have to memorize it themselves, and everyone puts a twist on it. So writing it down in one static way is bad for the medium.
What is the, as someone who knows more history than I, what is the difference in years between the Gutenberg printing press doing that for books in general and the Lutheran Revolution, where Martin Luther was like, no, we should all read the Bible, and broke away from the Catholic Church?
They were essentially contemporaneous.
Okay,
right?
That's what I had thought.
Yeah, it was pretty critical to Luther's success. My dad is an ordained Lutheran minister, so if you ever want to hear random Lutheran facts, you can. I am not a Lutheran myself.
To Lutheran facts. Just dial Marstead in your rotary phone.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. Hey, it's the Vanu. These are the dudes who worship Bismarck. Be doing Beast Tribe quests for these guys soon. What? What are these dudes doing here? These dudes ain't been around in days.
That was very snake-like run.
That's the spoiler, by the way. You can go ahead and do fishing now. Thing that gets spoiled for you if you look at any of the areas in the final map of the game, or if you take the fishing quest to like level 57 or so. That the Garleans are back.
Oh, I see. Where did you think they were? Anywhere but Sea of Clouds, I guess.
I feel like that story was mostly resolved in the original release. I mean, they did that cool cutscene where they like preview this rad like super emperor guy
Right.
Garleans, what's that guy's
Right.
name? We saw that. Was that in Heavensward, or was that at the end of?
That was in between Heavensward and 2.0,
Okay.
I believe.
That's very smart of them. If they had put it in Heavensward, then this wouldn't have been a surprise.
Yeah. I always remember because my first thought when I saw him was, oh, it's Arthas. That's the name in my head.
Gestalt
Varys,
Arthas.
so, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Billy
Oh no,
Hat,
I didn't think that the Garleans were done as a story character because they're very interesting. I just wasn't expecting them to be in Heavensward until I saw the couple spoilers and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Excuse me.
You're a beautiful treasure. Was that in Heavensward, or was that part of the old content, the After Realm Reborn comic? I thought maybe they were setting up a couple expansions. It turns out they're not going to do the same thing, where they require you to beat everything in Heavensward to play the next expansion. They've already decided that.
And this is pure speculation, it definitely feels like the business folks called them from above and were like, hey guys, this needs to be fixed.
Yeah. I can see that making a lot of people really upset. They didn't publish the numbers for this, but I'd be so interested to see the numbers of people who paid for Heavensward and people who can actually play Heavensward content. I bet it's a gigantic disparity. Because you're talking like 80 hours of investment to go from level 1 to finishing patch 2.55, and that's moving at a fairly brisk pace, like we were doing on stream. I mean, and that's a reasonable amount to expect from an MMO, but when you're talking about someone's like, oh, I want to play this Final Fantasy XIV game, okay, I'll drop an extra $30 or whatever. It was with Heavensward? Gotcha. I think I may have like mentally blocked myself from commenting on that when that happened, Kami, because I already knew the spoiler from fishing. I didn't want to like comment on it and give away that I knew, so I just didn't say anything. So I knew about this, I want to say, maybe a week after we got into Ishgard, because I was already 60 fisher at the time, so I just did all the fishing quests. And like one of them talks about, yeah, you know, yeah, I won't say what it is, but it has to do with the Garleans. Oh, okay. Because no company in their right mind would expect that you would like take fishing to 60 before you actually play the game.
Little did they know.
Little did they know. Oh, some of these are healers. Medicus. Makes sense.
This town we're gonna get to next, it's not that great. It's not that bad. It's just okay.
Really like finally having a way to restore my own TP as a warrior. It's not easy to do. If I'm in tank stance, I have to switch to DPS stance to do it. But before, it was just like, okay, I'm screwed by myself. Just wait and do nothing for a little bit.
I'm not familiar with your 50 to 60 warrior stuff, so how does that work? Is it with
right.
the new stacks that you have or something?
At 52, you get a new stance. It's your DPS stance called Deliverance. So you lose all the benefit. Oh, that's like, you know, you have Sword Oath, right? It's like that, but cooler. While you're in either stance, you build stacks of something. Like, I think it's Wrath when you're in your tank stance, and Abandon when you're in your DPS stance. And they transmute to one another. So if I have 5 stacks, which is the maximum of my tank thing, and I switch to DPS stance, I automatically have 5 stacks the other ones. So I don't have to like worry about building them in each group. They switch over. Anyway, at 54 you get Fell Cleave, which is the warrior huge DPS burst damage attack. 56 we get something that lets us parry all attacks from the front, which I think Paladin has something like that, right? Bulwark, I think.
Yeah, except for everywhere. And
It's everywhere.
block.
Yeah, mine is it parries everything from the front, but if they attack me from the back, I get critically hit.
But you know what? Come to think of it, I don't think you can block from the back, so it would be functionally.
But you don't like take extra
Yeah.
damage if you get hit from behind.
Yeah, right.
Alpha Nose Ruby Carbuncle, Darkstar?
I think he was just saying he might die.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You really can't use it all the time. It's nice when it goes off. Anyway, 58 is a skill that when I'm in my tank stance, it heals me for a bunch, and when I'm in my DPS stance, it gives me 200 TP. So, pretty useful either way. And I think the 60 skill is an AoE ability that's only available when I have max DPS stacks. So, it's actually.
I like the name of the vendors in this town.
Oh, I'm excited. Keep looking at this portion of the zone.
It's just okay, but it's an alright town.
I like their little fat aetheryte crystal. There's been some complaint flarewing about the skills because like there's really no reason for you to get completely separate skills because like I can't use that fell cleave ability when I'm in Defiance, and there's a bunch of skills that I can't use when I'm in the other stance. So like they say, why would you even bother making it 2 skills? Just make it 1 skill that changes when you switch your stances. That might happen in the future to save bar space. Right now, a lot of warriors will just use a macro that like deletes the skills that aren't relevant and replaces them whenever you switch stances.
Sounds like they do some weird stuff in the coding to do shit like that. Like apparently somehow the Dark Knight's AoE effect for Dark Side just around you is somehow they can't mess with it because it'll fuck up the Monk's Greased Lightning AoE effect around him.
That's interesting.
Like, why are those two things even linked on any way? Like,
it doesn't surprise me. So much of it's probably
you'd be surprised about some of the things.
Code dependencies.
Like, in Destiny, there was a glitch for the longest time where so you can carry ammo for your different kinds of guns, and your different pieces of armor can increase that. And so, like, on your boots, for example, you can carry more of the heavy armor or heavy ammo for your rocket launchers or whatever. But anyway, there was a glitch where whenever you would die, you would lose heavy ammo, and it was because of the way the game modularly checked if you had that extra. It was how it would check, like the base. It would check first before it checked if you had the extra kind of thing.
It's weird.
And so it would revert back to, oh no, you're only supposed to have this many, and so it takes some away from you. And it wasn't a very simple fix though, because it was something that was how the game like loaded in everything. Like, so it took them a while to fix that.
That's what happens when you employ intern coders. Something important to work on.
Well, I mean, this is Bungie, so hopefully they weren't doing that. I mean,
I'm just joking. I don't actually know. I know just enough programming to make shit comments like that, but not enough to actually have anything useful to say.
It's wonderful whenever you go on the Reddit threads and there's a video game glitch. There's always some guy like, "Oh, I'm a coder. I know exactly what's wrong." Oh my god! It's like,
I'll see if I can find it. Darkstar mentioned the other day, like, "Hey man, I was like stalking your Reddit history." I was like, "Oh shit, I need to go through my whole Reddit history in case I ever get really big and make sure there's nothing like really weird in there from 5 years ago." But I saw this post I made about Guild Wars when like everyone's like, "Oh, this is such a simple fix, you know, just flip the switch." And I was like, "Guys, none of you have worked in like IT apparently to know how much goes into like flipping a switch. Like, sure, you played Minecraft when Notch was the only developer, and you'd send him a message and you'd like change it right then and there. But as soon as you get more than like 5 people working on something, you cannot just change something. It can't work that way. There has to be, usually hundreds of hours would go into making even just a tiny decision like that. You got to get everyone to agree that it's a necessary change. You have to write up documentation for it. You have to get everyone to sign off on the documentation. You have to have meetings. It's a huge thing, and a lot of people just have no idea how much time actually goes into doing anything.
I definitely believe it. Honestly,
this vendor had a better belt for me. Just heads up, you might want to check.
Cool beans. Oh, new vendors.
Else was fine.
That'll be good for grain company turn-ins. I'm at the point where like finally the vendors have the stuff I need to turn into the grain companies. Happens around 55 crafter.
I've been waiting to try to get a new weapon. I've been long time for me since I've gotten a new weapon, but none of the vendors have sold anything better than what I have. It's just a high quality level 54.
Bard similar, Cappy, with like switching between stances or something? Is it stance dancing? Yeah, exactly, flaring.
All you have to do is turn off the gravity modulator.
I like
option,
gravity.
Right? The gravity modulation option part 7.
My job was, I mean, it wasn't a video game, but I was testing for not just the Chase website, but a lot of the apps we had there, and like someone saying like just turn on flying in the old zones like gives me a testing heart attack. Oh my god.
Yeah.
In a zone that's not designed with it in mind, just like even if suppose that you could do that, suppose that you could just give someone a flying mount and they press jump and jump again and they can fly around. Good lord, we're talking like probably years of man hours of time just to make that work.
So you know that Jai used to do video game testing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So back when
Jai is a friend of ours from the physics community in Columbus,
sorry.
Ohio. Yeah, go ahead.
When I first got here and making friends with everyone, it was right around Halo 3 ODST came out. So I was talking to him about it one day. He's like, "Oh yeah, I tested that. I want to come over one day and play it with you." So like he came over and we were playing the firefight, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I remember when you can glitch through this thing, and I remember you could do blah blah blah."
That's cool.
It was kind of fun.
That's awesome.
I guess that was like the last game that he tested before he came here.
He did like Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, I think. He did like early Connect, a couple other things. Zundu Sell It, nice. Oh yeah, cool. So some of these are going to be Grand Company turn-ins for me very soon. Oh sweet, they have crafting tools. That's awesome.
Yes, they do.
I needed. That's why some of these are so cheap on the market board. Crashed.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Some of this 56 armor I've been seeing on the, because I always check every once in a while if I can get something for cheap, and I remember seeing some of it up there for a fairly decent price.
It's weird. Some of the HQ stuff will be like it's really easy to craft, so people use it to grind, and like other ones, and there's no sense or logic to it. Like the chest piece, for whatever reason, requires 7 ingredients that take almost an hour to put together. But then the legs will just require 2 things that you can farm fairly easily. That one will be really cheap, and the other one will be expensive. Ah, I see, Cappy. And they count as separate skills, so like the correct thing to do is just make a macro that deletes the skills that aren't relevant, I guess. Oh, so Apex, you've seen the hype cutscene with Bismarck eating an island.
Oh yeah, what the fuck, man? That's awesome.
I was over
He
here
was
like,
hungry.
I was like motioning to chat to be quiet. It was really cool.
Look, he's got to eat something. There's not a Taco Bell on the sea clouds. Or maybe there is. Maybe that island was just the
Just
Taco
full
Bell,
of
and he just
ghost
ate-
pepper grillers.
He just ate the whole thing.
Those are my jam, by the way. You should go try them. I want everyone to go to Taco Bell and get some ghost pepper grillers so they don't take them off the menu. They're not hot, man. Andrea likes them. She thinks that ranch dressing is hot.
I've heard that. Well,
Wow.
I don't know, man.
Oh man, a quest coming up is going to give us an Aether Current. That means we're going to have to find the rest of them. We should totally do it, because I want to be able to fly here, because I hate doing... I don't even bother doing the hunts in this zone.
Wait,
just
I almost
because-
I can't tell if you're kidding. Like, do you really want to do the ether currents? Because I'm delighted to do that.
No, I do.
Oh, okay. Because you don't want to have to do it off stream.
Well, I mean, we could do it off stream later.
Yeah.
I'm going to get it done very soon.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. That's such an interesting transition. 'Cause I remember like you were so unhappy
I
when we
don't
were doing
like
it the first
doing
time.
it, but I want to get it done. Like, there's...
So you never have to worry about it again.
Like, if I don't know, this the way that they make you do it, I'm not a fan. I like unlocking them via quest. I don't mind that. It's the just randomly walk around and then the thing's like, oh, it's to the west, and you don't know if it's up or down or like, like it's annoying to me. I'm totally fine with them gating it and not giving you flying right away, and you have to do the important quests. That's fine. That's fine.
It's one of the benefits of this game though is that any of the bullshit you only ever have to do once because you have no alts. Because yeah, the bullshit's annoying, but once it's done, like it almost becomes hard to remember that you had to do that bullshit to get where you are. Because now, oh yeah, I just pop into my alt, my level 50 black mage, and fly around with my Chocobo.
It kind of is randomly walk around sometimes because it'll say it's whatever yards to the northwest, but it could be up or down, and you go over and then mobs aggro on you, and all these other things that just get annoying. It's not just go find stuff. I like exploring. I played the shit out of Fallout 3 and Red Dead Redemption. This is not fun exploring.
Find the little green swirly thing.
I guess would it be better, do you think, if they also gave you like Z-axis information while looking for it? Like if you knew, okay, while I'm on my way to this, that it's like, 200 feet above me.
I mean, that would help a little.
Yeah, I'm wondering like what would make it exploration without being annoying? Because I agree, it's frustrating to kind of run around trying to find how to get up there.
Probably like a Bioshock Infinite. This is the arrow that tells you where to go. Like instead of just a distance away kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a great feature, by the way.
Speaking of which, I'm checking the side quests. There's one by Guna Vanu called Flying the Nest that gives an Aether Current.
Okay, good luck. Good looking out.
I'm gonna check. There's one more I haven't looked at yet, and obviously I can't tell if the other ones are gated behind those side quests, but
yeah, I figure if we finish the trial and still have some time left, I'll pull up the guide that says which side quests to do, and we can run around.
I mean, if we finish the trial and we still have like an hour left, and we want to do a dungeon, we can do a dungeon. It's just,
Okay, I'd be down to do this too. I like exploring these zones.
Can you guys put me back in the group?
Yes.
Oh yeah, and the Sleepless and OK's Undo also gives one. So there's two side quests that just got opened up that give Aether Currents.
Cool. Yeah, we might have to go back and do some of the cloud top stuff. There's other Aether Currents in like the southern half of the map, so we'll worry about it after the trial. See what time it is.
Yeah. And I mean, we can also do it off stream. I want to get it done. That's all.
No, I was excited to do it on stream. I got the sense last time though that like you hated doing Aether Currents and like.
No, like. It's not that I hate them. It's just I find it annoying. And this zone in particular seems particularly annoying.
Yeah. I feel like this one might not actually be so bad because it's much clearer from a distance, like whether something is above you or below you. I did. OK's undo. Ox undo. Yeah, Cappy, I think that would probably make sense. It's a really useful macro for Warrior. It sounds like you can still use the lower priority skills, but if there's no earthly reason to use them, you may as well just remove them from the bar and replace them. No Taco Bell in Canada?
What?
American institution.
And Canada's like baby America.
America's hack.
Apparently there are Taco Bells in Mexico, and it's just called... oh, that's cool. The thing you're supposed to say to Wedge. Someone put on some Mastodon.
Hell yes. Actually, more appropriate is Gojira, if you've ever heard that band. They have an album all about flying whales.
Well, Mastodon has an entire album.
Yeah.
On
Blood and Thunder.
I can't remember.
White.
Blood and Thunder. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a song called
Arguably
Flying Whales from Gojira. Yeah, cool. I think that's the only Mastodon that I have actually. Is the Blood and Thunder one.
There are other CDs since then have been alright, but that's probably their best.
They're a good band. I saw them live at Bonnaroo. They were very drunk.
The Mastodon frontman was one of the wildlings at the Hard Home. He was like really excited. Alright, I got the duty finder unlocked whenever you guys are ready.
I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. I'm gonna grab some drink real quick.
One of the Aether Current quests was right along the way, and all you have to do is say wake up to a dude. So like it's
Yeah, Mastodon is one of those bands that kind of makes me appreciate the punk influence a little more than I usually do in my heavier metal. Because they really make it work.
I've been listening to basically nothing but this one album the last month or so because whenever I go to listen to music, it's just been, I don't Oh, I just keep picking the same thing, and it's by this
No, I
band
know what you
between
mean.
the Buried and Me. That just
Oh,
had
they're
a new
good.
CD come out.
They're fucking good.
Yeah,
What
they're probably my favorite band that is, one, still writing music, and two, has never had a bad release in my opinion. Although their early stuff is very different than
No, they got
their
more
last couple.
proggy. Like I got tuned onto them when the Dream Theater drummer started thinking they were the greatest thing in the world. They're also really good at doing the punk influence. It's really
But,
sweet.
like, you know, I'll be in the zone and I just go to put on it. So I've basically just been listening to one CD over and over again, and it's a good CD, so it's good. But like, I don't know.
I'm
like,
gonna
I'm
check
just
that
too
out.
lazy to even. I'm too lazy to even try to listen to anything else at the moment.
No,
Blairwing, did you want to go as tank for this one, or?
Oh, what am I on? I'm yeah, let me go as tank as this one.
Okay.
Both tank. Call. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of the new Symphony X that just came out, which is a similar thing with me. It's that and nothing but that, because I find it to be a useful headspace to work in when you listen to that kind of music. It's not really punk, but it's more of a proggy metal, like Between the Bird and Me also has some influences.
I'll have to check them out then.
Symphony X, man, they've got the best vocalist in all of metal, not just our little subgenre, and they got one of the best guitarists that is on the planet, all in one band. I know that's hyperbole, but see what you think.
Yeah, I'll check them out soon. I'm gonna go take a 2-minute break before we start this trial, so I'll be right back.
Sure.
Are we switching to stream guest channel? Should I do that when I get back?
I'll
Is that
pull
what-
everybody in when
Okay.
Darkstar pops in. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. Excited for this fight.
Yeah, Kami, Portnoy is he's always gonna have goodwill for me, even if he was kind of a babby in quitting Dream Theater, the way it happened. I don't know. He needs a better vehicle though. I haven't really kept up with what he's been trying to do, but sometimes, like, he's doing the project with Neil Morse, and he's been doing projects with the Symphony X singer as well. And somehow all the projects don't turn out as good as they should with the talent involved. It seems like to me. I don't know. I really hope he gets in something good though. It really clicks.
I think it's going to be like It's a Small World after all.
In what way?
I know I'm joking with Kami. He's like, "What do you think the music's like in the trial?"
Oh, I mean, I took it more literally because we were at Disney World and we literally just went through It's a Small World. So I was thinking like,
Fast pass that shit.
Fast pass work?
Yep.
Front of
we
the
did.
line.
All right, here, I'll pull you guys in. If you want to pop down the stream, guys, that works too.
Channel switched.
Hey, dude.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey.
User was moved to your channel. User was moved to your
Oh,
channel.
Kami, did you? Wait, what happened? Am I
You're good.
still talking?
Yes.
Okay. The guys. No, Kami, I've seen Dream Theater a couple times. It was 2 or 3 while Portnoy was in them. I've seen him once since they got the new mic. Mangini's also great.
Limitless
But,
Blue is a nostalgic name for. Well, I guess we'll see. I'm gonna queue. I have it on English only, and I'm gonna count
That's
down
fine.
from 5. You guys all ready?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. You're on
Yeah, go
Paladin, Blairwing?
Yeah, I'm Pally.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cue.
Alright, probably popped for you guys already.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, yeah, because it says average wait time 7 minutes for me.
Oh, interesting. We have no average wait time.
Yeah, that's kind of weird actually.
We have
That's
2
how
teams.
pre-made groups work.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
okay.
it's probably hard for them to figure out an average wait time for more than one kind of class, right?
Right, right.
Although I guess if you're going in S2 DPS, it's probably still the same average wait time as 1 DPS. Probably even worse, actually.
We're 2 tanks, a healer, and a DPS right now.
I'm 0-1-0 right now, but it takes a bit to update, so.
I figure Ravana ended up going pretty well. Are you going as healer or DPS? Darkstar?
Healer.
Healer, okay. We just had 2 healers. 2 DPS.
Yeah, I didn't get in then, I think.
Ravana worked pretty well by just asking the people, like the other people, if they cared, and if they did, they gave us some basic info. So I'll try that again. I guess if we're all new to it, we can try doing it blind. Well, we'll see when we get in.
Yeah, I didn't get any sense. I don't have a DPS at enough of a level to do Bismarck. Could still 0-1-0 for me because there's more healers these days than there are tanks or DPS. It seems
at high level.
Really?
Or?
It just feels that way because of the fact that healing doesn't require you to DPS too much.
Need a weapon like that drops from this? You mean, Kami?
Nothing drops from the hard mode fights.
Sure.
Or, I think the Barding and Furniture item could drop from this fight, but that's it.
I just want a new lance, man. I've been using this 54 one since 54, I guess.
You'll be able to pick, I think, one of the side quests in the area gives you a lance.
Good to know, thank you.
What's wrong with this one, Kami?
No, I don't know. What lance are you using?
It's just a level. I mean, I can link it if you want. I just don't really like. My biggest thing is I don't like the way it looks, and I'm too lazy to whatever the hell.
Yeah, I just need to.
Temporary.
One of these days, I need to sit down and just make like 20 glamour crystals of each type because it's so trivial to do. I'll just do that and throw them in the company chest at some point.
This just looks too pristine and.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
You could do the next step of the Gable. It's not too bad until you get to the books.
Maybe when I have some more time. I mean, I should have more time coming up soon.
Yeah.
But there's also a million things I want to play next week. Like, so Diablo patch comes out. I've been debating pre-ordering Black Ops 3 so I can play the beta next week. I've been burned on the last two Call of Duties, but the company that makes the Black Ops always puts out the best ones.
Doesn't it alternate between like Treyarch
and three companies.
Wow.
So they've had actually 3 years to make this since Black Ops 2, which is a good thing since they did such a good job with Black Ops 2. I still have friends on Xbox 360 that play Black Ops 2. We never played a Call of Duty for more than, a lot of times we get burnt out after like 6-7 months, but Black Ops 2 is so good that they're still playing it. Like,
I think that's the one that I own. Like, I don't own any CODs except for 4 and Blops 2, I think.
I mean, those are the
Yeah.
Modern Warfare 2 is worth playing too. Good
Yeah.
story, lots of fun. But if you had to pick, those are the ones I would say.
There we go.
Anyway, there's a ton of stuff coming out next week, so
I'll stick around in case a healer quits or something.
Okay, sounds good, man.
So I can just fill a slot in.
That'd be useful.
the new Hearthstone stuff comes out on Monday. Super excited to crack open. I'm gonna be able to get like 80 packs because I pre-ordered the $50 thing. I mean, come on, 50 packs, $50, whatever. And then I have enough gold to buy 33 more.
Whoa,
so that's
this
like
music is
88
sweet.
packs, man. That's a lot of packs.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute the thing, so just type in stream chat if you need me to.
Sounds good.
Okay.
This music's cool.
Yeah, this music is sweet. I'm gonna turn it up as soon as I can.
So the plan is we look like a Crunchwrap Supreme to him. He wants to eat us, right? That's...
It's gonna be like the Skyward Sword fight. Levias. Oh, this is cool.
The other healer is also new. 1 DPS left as soon as you said that.
Oh, really?
Who else we got? Yeah.
Fuck that guy in particular.
Yeah. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
I didn't get as far as checking his gear out, but it looks like everybody else is leveling too. So we're pretty much all
yeah,
noobs.
most of us are.
Guy, level 6 from DA.
Was that Kaha?
Yeah, Kaha's not new. He's done this several times.
So just to point out, we have 2 bars. One is Island Integrity and one is Bismarck's Vitality. Which I don't think the point of this is to kill him, right? He's not story-wise, he's not like evil or something, right? Like something's just wrong with him. Or am I just not paying attention? I don't know. We'll see. Just looking at those bars.
It's a flying whale with a horn on its nose. What doesn't look evil about that?
But like
it's like, oh, look at those teeth, man.
Hey, you got a stream watcher.
Hey, cool. Did you just Q snipe? Awesome, Kyle. We'll just try to figure it out then.
Is that the first time that's happened?
Yeah. That's really cool. Magitech field generators in the middle of the map. Probably want to do something with
Dragon
that.
killers are ready.
Yeah, we gotta activate those. Use this from here.
Oh, we got him with one.
Cool. Oh, cool. These fights are so well done. Oh man, we gotta climb on his back. This is like the Sin fight. This is awesome. No way.
Where is the Jex Primal? That's all I have to say. Great. That's not a spoiler now, you got that right.
Great. Exactly.
He's gonna get off of there.
Yep, okay. I was a little late, but that was a really cool
wasn't
animation,
too bad.
so I'm glad I saw it.
What a neat mechanic.
I was just a potato sack just getting tossed into the wind.
This music is baller too.
Oh, that's why my combo doesn't
Okay.
work, because I'm level synced. Dude.
I catch myself doing that a lot. The other
Fire
dragon
it.
killer. Good shot. Cool. Sounds good, Dark Sir. Whoa! Oh my god, I think I just died.
What?
Well, today I learned. Do I come back up so you can res me, or what happens?
What
Did
happened?
you fall off the map? Is that a yes?
Yes. I'm probably not targetable, am I?
Hang on.
No, you fell about 4 billion feet.
I'm back up now. I can watch the fight. It's not like tight.
You do know what happens when you fall off, right?
I have
We
no
do
idea.
not.
Don't tell us yet. We'll figure it out.
You go splat.
Yeah, I can't target.
I think I just get to watch now. All right, cameraman. Woo! Go team. I didn't think that there was like, I thought there was like an invisible wall and oh, he's coming up, so I can just like run up into it and get on there as soon as possible. Nope, there is not. There's actual collision there that you have to take into account. Magic field generation temporarily.
Bismarck disabled them.
Interesting.
I haven't been focusing on them. I've been just focusing on killing the things,
Yeah.
which I assume is my job.
Great. Well, I mean, I figured that, like, him physically, I was being unfair to the game. Like, him appearing at the front there, that we're not actually climbing onto his sprite, right? We're climbing onto some kind of architecture that they add that appears there at that moment.
Oh god, what happened?
DPS died.
Whoa! That was cool.
How are the DPS dying? I barely
I
got
don't know.
through this fight.
Yeah.
They got hit, went from full to dead in one hit by some attack. I think it was like something that they could have moved out of. Someone should hit the other dragon killer before he disables it. He's working on it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep stabbing this guy in the butt.
Too late. I'll call it out next time.
Does it matter what order you kill the things in, or are you just marking them?
I'm marking them. Yeah, I'm marking them. Just kill the highest order.
Is there a reason you mark them the way you mark them, though? Is my question.
For helping me and the healers is all.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a mechanic I was missing.
Well, nobody's paying attention anyway, sounds like.
Hang on.
Alright, go get that now, guys. Ignore 2.
Get their DPS quit on us. But they did a disconnect rather than a... We'll have to vote kick them, I think.
Well, the thing shattered.
Whoa!
I finished it off.
Cool. This is where you would need me alive normally, I imagine. Godspeed.
It's gonna be good.
Oh god. Potato sack just
Yeah,
flying
so
around.
my expectation of the way the mechanic worked was that there was an invisible wall around the island, and that part of the wall was removed when the graphic of Bismarck appearing against the island. But I didn't give the developers enough credit that there's actually like something that is added to the fight when he appears. That's how I would have coded it. Lazily.
Oh, I don't like this text box that just came up.
Gods.
Am I not dead yet?
I'm awesome. Other healer's dead though.
Because that's how a lot of MMOs have to cheat fights into the game.
These guys, there's something I'm missing here, right? Because I've been attacking this guy for about a minute now, and he's at 97%.
I'm trying to look and see if they have buffs that are telling.
I don't have time to look. Oh my god.
Alright. Damage taken is reduced. Vulnerability down. They both have.
Surely we have to split them apart.
Yeah, I bet that's why we need to have an off tank, because when they're
If only we had 2 tanks.
Check their buffs now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a tether between them. Also, I just got eaten.
Oh, it's fun.
So, okay. Mechanics up to that point. Don't fall off, is that?
Don't fall off. Interact with the harpoons immediately. I didn't really see what the Magitech field generator did. Did you guys notice that?
Nothing yet. It disables when he gets pulled in by the tethers, but I bet there's probably some, huge AoE we have to use.
I'm wondering if interacting with. I think we need to boot this.
It'll be till 45 minutes until we can do it, so we should just do a run, and then he'll. Or actually, it's letting you vote dismiss. Okay, sorry.
He's offline.
Yeah.
Oh, it protects us from the bump. Okay, so when he crashes into the island, that's cool. Cool. Okay. All right, I think we're ready for a segment.
One second.
For a second, I was like, what? Then I realized that was good.
It's a really neat fight.
And it's a shame that this doesn't drop weapons, you guys are saying, because the only Dragoon, we just keep getting all these non-Dragoon. It's like the opposite of when I kept trying to farm the Mog thing, which I never got still. Anytime it dropped, there was always like 7 Dragoons out of 8 people.
Excuse me.
I like Rhoda.
Yeah.
Also because, well, I was gonna say I like Reyna because Lawfell. So There you go.
Obviously.
Right, that makes sense.
Oh god!
So that's the first hit that gives you Cetacean Raid right away. Cetacean's a fancy word that means whale creature. We got a family of...
You're a fancy word that means whale creature. Okay.
Marstead.
Big advantage tanking little guys. So we want to watch as soon as the... Can I put it on YouTube, guys? Apex and Matt to hit the harpoons when they come up?
I got the right.
I'm too busy killing things.
Okay. I'll let you know when I see
will
it
get
come up.
this one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can rely on you guys. Dragon Killers are ready. Go.
I got left one.
Cool. Thank you.
Got it. One cycle, got this!
It actually is the strat for X to do this in one cycle.
Really? Nice.
Not this.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe it's just best because it didn't really do that much damage to get knocked off, so maybe it's better to just stand on it and take the hit.
Look, I wanted an excuse to use my cool dragon backflip, so I used it there.
Nice.
The last time I used it was when we faced the wall thing, and I backflipped into a spot where I still got pushed off the map, if you recall.
Nice.
I don't know if he gives a tell before he crashes in. I didn't notice it before he bumps the island.
Here comes a tackle.
Big ass whale.
Maybe not.
Hundreds.
There it comes.
I got
Hundreds of yards across.
Nice.
Starts
Right.
to
Nice.
move.
Okay, go ahead and hit the Dragon Killers. Hey, thanks for the follow, Amber Eyes. Good to have you.
Left is hit.
Perfect. Finish this guy off real quick. Wait for it to pop up. There you go. Switch to tank stance for the next phase if we get to it here.
I use summoners at 57. I don't see any Bahamut shit going though.
Alright, look at that.
Hit it at like 58.
Cool. Alright, I'll take the green one.
Alright, I got a blue guy.
Should we kill a certain one first, or just split up and kill them both?
Probably just split up. Got for the tornadoes. There might be knockbacks here too. That's the water attack that one-shot our DPS buddy last time, by the way. Someone just went from full health to dead. That thing. Don't stand in that. Yeah, I guess go ahead and just focus the blue one down, because that's what everybody's doing. I'll hold this guy over here. Gods, brace yourselves. Is the Magitech thing available? Doesn't look like it. Looking out. Be careful pointing too close to the edge in case he knocks me off.
Is that a cleave you just did or something? That was nasty.
Just about every enemy, I'd say, after maybe like break blocks, most of the bosses have some kind of nasty cleave.
Okay.
I just assume that they do. Like, don't ever stand in front of them.
Yeah. I was actually surprised when I first started playing this game that that wasn't an assumption you should make for
Right.
an enemy.
Right.
Most everything and every other thing I've ever played had cleave.
It wasn't that much of a deal in Final Fantasy XI. Like, the tank never had to face enemies away from the party. Compared to Final Fantasy XI, that's new to this game. It's like, I guess the idea is that there's never a penalty for assuming there's a cleave. It's never going to screw you.
Yeah. Or
may as well.
Yeah.
Like some classes actually benefit from assuming there's a cleave by like always being able to attack from behind. All right.
It's just a good thing in general to get used to pointing your butt at DPS anyway.
Whoa!
I'm glad I saved our limit break. I was like, there's probably gonna be another wave of this.
Oh dear.
Cool. Reach blast. Music change.
Oh man, level 3 limit break coming up soon. I was hyped.
Sweet.
Oh god, I'm stunned in the thing.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
We lost our thing to stop it. I don't know if that's by mistake or it just happens. There's like a little purple crystal floating around him now. We have a bar. Okay, so that's good fire. I can never tell. There's vapor bubbles.
Watch out for bubbles.
Yeah. They are killable. We probably do want to kill them. Don't be next to it when it dies, maybe.
Oh god, I got wiped. I got hit by two 6,000 damage attacks back to back.
Dragon killer.
Dragon killer.
Very good.
Trying to get it. Got it just in time. Whew, that's nasty. The deeps. Probably be 3 cycles. I feel like I'm not going to risk standing on him this time. We'll see what happens to these people. Okay, it's still not too bad. It's probably worth just letting him knock you off.
Oh man, I want to level 3 gold break something. There's too many things.
This is such a cool fight. Seizes control of the clouds. Shit.
That's when he spawns the vapor bubbles.
Okay. And those little water drops do so much damage if they hit you. Looks like being next to the vapor bubbles on the you kill it, so you're safe to melee. I assume they don't have any mechanics that absolutely require ranged DPS.
Dragon killer.
Dragon killer. Got it?
Got it.
Excellent.
Come on, summoners, throw your dots on it.
More dots.
Now, more dots. Filtron on the back again. Gotta have that muscle memory going on.
Maybe could have done it in 2 if we had everybody up at the time, but I think we got it.
Still assuming it's not level 3 limit breaking, worth doing it to his butt. I kind of want to.
Yeah. You know, well, maybe when he comes back up.
No, it's like, gotta be like in his face at some point.
Think so? Okay. So we'll know for next time.
I'll save it.
Very good. We certainly have the DPS to take him down without it next time, so. Just in case there's some nonsense after that. Vapor bubbles. Where's the down first? They're what's causing all the bubble drops everywhere?
I think they're what's causing the lightning that killed the shit out of me.
be his storm. His cloud control.
Yeah, yeah.
Dragon killers.
Dumb.
Oh,
God
God.
damn it. Dragon killers. Finish him. He did it.
Someone else is stealing another ring. You don't get a cool dragon like I do.
Nice. GG.
I should have used it. Okay.
Good.
I know. Now I know.
That was a good assumption.
Thank you, Kaha, for stream sniping. That's really cool. Good to have you.
Took 3 cycles, and I didn't know if there's something after it that wasn't just a stationary. It doesn't attack you.
Yeah, no, that was totally reasonable to not use
Yeah.
your limit break there. Absolutely. We had no way of knowing.
Did you guys want to know what you missed mechanics, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
For that weather phase there, you can tell what weather phase it's going to be by looking at the orb in the corner near the mini-map. Like,
Oh,
if
sure.
it's lightning, it'll change to thunder.
Is that giving you a heads up of like what's coming up next or something? Or?
It gives you a heads up. It doesn't really work that well in extreme. That's besides the point, because he has an additional weather phase in extreme. But the mechanic you missed is like for the lightning phase, you want to leave the vapor orbs up. But for the rain phase, you want to kill them. Because for the lightning phase, the second set of lightning things does more damage to everyone.
Oh.
But the orbs, they'll divert to the orbs first before anyone else.
I see. So you have to decide whether to hit the orbs or not based on what the weather is. That's a cool mechanic.
Yeah. But then for rain, you want to kill them as fast as possible, otherwise they gain a huge damage up stack. And they'll start hitting people for like 6,000 damage.
Gotcha. That fight was like fucking radical. That's why I play this game.
Very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kami, the hard doesn't have the third weather condition.
Light, beloved
Oh man, Eidolon's coming back.
Eidolon, all made.
She dumped her
Darkness.
life to bring us a
Like to none
puppy Midgard's armor.
known. Hark
Tornadoes are fun though, aren't they?
receiver.
Oh, I see. Different positioning requirements as well for the weather types. That's cool. It makes sense too. He's such a like third string summon for the Final Fantasy series, and to do such an awesome job with him is really cool.
Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and head out since you guys won't be heading any new trials or dungeons today, most likely.
Okay, later, dude.
Where you'll need me anyways, so.
Yeah, thanks for hanging around.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. I'll pull
No
us back
problem.
into hosts.
Yeah.
Channel switched. User was moved to
So
your channel.
falls the Lord of
User
Mists,
was moved to your
as
channel.
did all others
User
before
was
him.
moved to your channel.
You were moved. I was
How
moved
many
by
times
that
does
fight.
this make, warrior of light? Ah, how much you have grown.
Yeah, generally you designate
Far beyond the
somebody on the
limits of
generator and you
man.
designate someone for the dragon killers. Usually not the tank, but
She
I don't
has
care.
what
I'm
we
used to the
seek.
mechanics.
Yeah. I hit the generator once when I saw him dive, and I just stopped noticing it after that. I was paying attention to other stuff.
That she does. The key to Aziz La. and
Yeah,
the
I guess those
secrets
dudes
of
weren't that big a deal that I could have ran off. But I don't know. I see dudes and I feel like I gotta kill them.
Yeah.
I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
Cool. Top the heal per seconds in that. Facts. Yeah, Spiky. If you go on YouTube, you can go back and watch the Bismarck fight and
And to
the
you as
Vault
well,
Dungeon.
warrior of light, for
You
saving
can do
us
live
the
rewind
effort
on
of
YouTube if you
slaying
wanted to.
Bismarck.
They're both really cool. Well, the saving the limit break was not knowing that there might be another phase after that, which I think was a very
I
reasonable
didn't
thing
know.
to do.
We fought a green and a blue thing. What if there was another like ultimate dragon? I don't know.
Because suppose that he had used the limit break when we totally could have handled the cycle, no problem, and then the next fight was really, really hard and had a DPS check. When it's blind, we have no way of knowing. So that was definitely the correct thing to do.
Yeah. The only thing I was concerned about is if there was an enrage or not, and I don't actually know if there is on a hard mode. I doubt it.
Well, if there had been, we would have learned it, and then next time we would have used the limit break then. But like.
Yeah. Yeah, never a clear-cut case in my mind when you use limit break.
Also, it could have been a thing where the AoE one would have been better because we kept getting a bunch of dudes. So I didn't know. I don't know.
Just missed another cycle. I was worried about that, Kami, because I don't think I'd remember seeing more than 3 cycles. That seemed generous as well. Our DPS was a little low, but we had a lot of newbies doing that.
Does that happen if you fail to hit the Magitech thing as well?
If you fail to hit the Magitech thing, then the island's health out of 100 goes down, and eventually that wipes you. Which I don't know if that's the same in Rage or not. It probably ends up being the same.
Oh, it's too bad we didn't get to see that.
Yeah, same.
I'm glad I jumped off the island, as silly as that is, because I could see having no one in the party do that, just because that's a retarded thing to do. Or, excuse me, non-clinically retarded thing to do. And like going into extreme later and just having it be an accident, like, whoa, I didn't even know that could happen.
Right, yeah, now we know.
It even goes down with, does the shield reduce the amount of it that's reduced?
I don't actually know if it stops all damage or if it just stops some. I never paid attention. But I have not done Bismarck X, and I'm sure those mechanics all come into play. We'll probably see those wipes.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Oh shit. Amber Eyes, you're reading details about the original release of the game, which is what's so ridiculous, that the game's so awesome now and was just garbage when it came out, 1.0. Yeah, it's a testament to how awesome the new team is that they were able to recover it. That's why I wasn't playing the game, because I was hearing like this is an embarrassment to Square, like they're not charging subscribers their subscription fee because they're so embarrassed of the content of the game. They're just letting people play it for free. But that's the history of the game, is that it came out, it was really bad, had lots of problems.
It changed the whole team who was making the game.
Most companies wouldn't do that. Most
Sounds
companies,
just like Diablo 3.
Yeah, just like Diablo 3, exactly. And a lot of companies don't have the capital to just say, all right, well, we're going to try to fix it. They'll just say it's losing us money, so we're going to abandon it.
They should, Amber.
Something is amiss.
It's a hard thing to do with MMOs because by definition they change constantly. So I think people just don't bother updating all the newest info and strats and stuff. But when weird cases like what happened to this game happen, you don't get the correct info out there.
Rebranding at Realm Reborn was smart. Same thing happened with Marvel Heroes. Like the initial launch of Marvel Heroes was trash. The relaunch Marvel Heroes 2015 was greatly improved, but still, like it went from being like a D game to a B+ game, and they're going to rebrand it again with Marvel Heroes 2016. That at least it's going to prompt review sites to come back and review it again. And I think that's important for games like MMOs and Diablo, where Reaper of Souls is not the game that Diablo Vanilla was. They're completely different in every way. Oh man, this dude looks sweet.
At once.
Cool.
And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardian's responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was
This
mistaken.
cutscene's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm pretty stoked.
Just as Wire observed. The Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
Whoa.
A warrior of light.
No context
See who best
for people who haven't got there yet.
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Now that's an interesting
You
voice.
know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
I like this dude's voice actor.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world. 'Tis my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to here. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
Yeah, I think Kami's right. It was mentioning the rebranding. Marvel Heroes has a separate article on Wikipedia for Marvel Heroes 2015 for them.
Oh, that would be why.
So, I don't know about you guys, but for me, the only Aether Current quest I have left is one of the two I just unlocked here. So, the point of that, though, is that there's only 2 that you get from this area. The rest are from previous side quests.
That's just quests, though, right? There's probably exploration ones.
Yeah, I don't have all the exploration ones yet at all. Definitely not. And I'll want to find them with you guys. I'm just letting you know about these, these quests that we don't have to worry about them. I'm probably going to do them all for the XP, but like you don't have to worry about them immediately hiding any
Nothing's
of the
hiding
Aether
behind
Currents.
another quest, is what you're saying.
Right. I mean, I guess you would have found that when you looked at the guide, but...
Oh, man. Cool. Paladin Magic Arm.
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
Y'all are still ahead of me, right, in cutscenes?
Yeah.
I can react comfortably. We're good.
Yeah,
we got about 40 minutes left, so I think I'm down to do Ether Currents. It's easier to back out of Ether Currents if we hit time than it is to back out of a dungeon. So. Also, I want to have flying and sea clouds.
Yeah, I'm just turning in this most recent quest, and then I'm going to stop
meet again,
the story.
Warrior of Light. On that you have my word.
Cool. I really like the Garleans. Yeah, Spiky.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizlar. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
I'm Kano now. It's the first change to my character's wardrobe since Heavensward.
Since like May 22nd.
Well, I added the Baron circlet with Heavensward, so that's a slight change.
Okay. Really noticed that.
Right. I didn't, Spiky. I could go back and stream it. I have all the cutscenes. It's pretty cool. There's not really like a fight or a single-player duty in it that's super exciting.
Some would agree, Kami.
The Barbie endgame.
That's like my favorite part in Diablo 3 nowadays. Like as you level up your Mystic 2, getting all the transmogs, like I still haven't decided what I want to play. I think initially I might do Witch Doctor, and then go from there. At first when you said you wanted to do it, I was like, but then we'll have 2 of them. But then I was like, well, we can
Moving on
share.
there too. I wasn't. What kind of witch doctor were you gonna do?
I don't know. There's a lot of Helltooth stuff that looks cool, but then the Eric here set also looks cool. I mean, it's really just a matter of what you find first.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess that I'm gravitating towards either Carnival Darts or what's the other one? The one with the Toad of Hugeness.
Right. The only reason the Carnival one, to get it fully working, I guess you want to have the Star Metal Kukri as your cube. And since that's super rare.
Yeah.
Not that you can't do it without it, but like...
I had, when Dagger of Darts first came out in Season 2, like, I played that, that's probably the season I played the most hardcore trying to get that, and it never dropped in the whole season. I was talking to people, oh yeah, I've had like 3 of those drop.
Well, so that's what I've been leaning towards, that it'd actually be good then, if there are 2 of us playing Witch Doctor,
yeah,
because
that'd be fun.
then we could loot share. Like, I found 3 cubes last season, and until that, I had 1 the entire time I played. Like...
Hammer Spammer sounds fun, Kami. That's OG, old school Diablo, where everyone was a Hammerdin.
We'll see, depending on how much... Well, also, once other people get leveled up, I might have someone power level me another character, so that, you know...
Yeah. Well, you'll probably need to power level me so I can return the favor.
I'll be playing... You guys are going to PAX, I'll probably be playing as soon as, the season starts on Friday night, kind of thing. Right, so by the time you guys get back, I'll probably be level 70 and can power level you right quick, and then I'll just want you guys to return the favor once you're more geared. Yeah, there's lots of cool monk sets. There was one I saw that, what's it called? He was using one of the new 7-sided strike things. I don't know. There's that Quinn 69 guy, Kami, I'm sure you're aware, for monks. He's probably one of the best monk streamers. He has some really cool videos. There's a really cool wizard. They redid Fears set. So that Quinn 69 guy had a really cool looking Veers. You can do like greater of 65 with it kind of thing. I mean, everyone can do higher now because just the power level of the characters goes up so much when you get 3 free passives. Like... It's amazing that they had to put in Torment 10 essentially to make up for that. People were already trivializing Torment 6, right? And then you give them 3 more passives.
I'm surprised they haven't made Torment go up arbitrarily high like they have with Greater Rifts. Like, I feel like they could do
I guess the counterpoint is that, hey, since we have Greater Rifts that go up arbitrarily high, we don't need the Torments to go up.
That she's... Yeah. Somebody made a comment a long time ago about Lucia being very specifically designed back in 1.0. Makes sense. Like, what'd you have a Shylock for? What could that possibly be obscuring?
That explains it. When we first met in Ishgard,
oh, did you start the next story quest?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. I was like, I didn't see this scene. No.
Yeah, I'll start and back up the next one.
No,
I wanted to have one in my my log.
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths.
I obviously 100% of the time pay attention to the story, right?
On the battlefield and chose to become a soldier.
When you're talking about something, I was like, did I miss something, or did I not watch that? And in this case, I actually didn't miss it, for once.
My mission.
How close are we to the Dravanian hinterlands, or is like this taking us there?
Though I was given little information,
I could do like red script gathering there,
I was searching for the key we but recently lost.
That doesn't require another dungeon or something.
I don't think you're too far from the next zone.
Yeah, it's, I mean...
Yeah, we're gonna get flying here, so we have to be close to done with the zone. That's always how it freaking works.
'Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister,
there's a missing kappa in that
he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came
would have been
to realize
suspicious.
that I had found a man
Who
worth
else has a
following,
Shylock in the game?
and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emmerich, he was
Matt, if
good
you had
enough
just
to
joined
accept
chat
me
for the
into
first
his
time, I'd be
service.
making certain assumptions about your age. That's usually how I tell. If people use kappa as punctuation, or just spam,
I do not question your loyalty to Sir
usually
Emmerich.
guess their age within about
It is
3
your
or 4
loyalty
years.
to your sister which concerns me.
I've long been of the opinion that
It must
those
be
who
so
dwell in the
weird to
past
have like your
risk losing
face
sight of
be an
their
emo.
future.
Right.
That like has meaning to it.
My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
So I'm going to TwitchCon, and I think that they were expecting to sell out or something because they've been like really pushing it, like friends and family discounts.
I still have that little pop up. Today's your last day to get your TwitchCon tickets.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be valuable. We'll see. It'll let me skip a lot of the Twitch specific panels at PAX, knowing that I'll get to see that at TwitchCon.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right
Like
where
Wedge's
Az's Lair
voice.
should be.
Hold on, everyone.
Heavensward getting shit done music. Spiky. Oh man.
Look! I think that's it.
That's pretty fucking cool looking, man. You should do the next story quests.
Is that?
I will
Aye.
see.
There's no mistaking their handiwork.
Big fan of the visual style.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
I see what you did there, Flarewing. You're clever.
I've lost the auxiliary propeller.
What? No, I was laughing at something. There's no way you know what I'm laughing at.
No. Earlier when you were like, I was like, so when do we get to Dreddian Hinterlands? As soon as like you get to the next zone.
Oh right.
So bloody complicated.
You're a smart man.
I'm standing on top of an Aether current by us. I can just sit still.
Are there any dungeons, trials, or other content between here and getting to the next zone? I guess is my question. Because if not, I'm just going to push the main story until unlocking the next zone. And then, depending on when Andrea gets back from Jazzercise and I have to set up for Chrono Trigger, I can do some more Aether Currents. I figure it'd be good to just go ahead and stream this now anyway, because I'm happy to do the Aether Currents off stream too. No more... Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just push the main story then as far as I can.
That's fine. I'll do it later.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm in the mindset that I want to get these done. I see all these side quests and I want to catch up on XP, and I don't want to run around the zone to get them.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It sucks. Doing hunts there is the worst.
I just don't anymore. I just skip them. It's not worth the 20,000 XP per hunt to me.
Worth about as much as you get from the quests though, right? Or not anymore?
No, the quests, the side quests are like 35k. A level 50 side quest was like 25,000, so these are less.
Yeah.
I mean, these are infinitely repeatable, right? So, and you do more of them a day, right? So you're getting.
Yeah. I think that, like, I think get like 20k for like the level 1 marks, and the 2s are a little more than that, and then the 3s are a little more than that. So if you do them all and you commit to that and you get double ups, then I think time-wise it might work out a little better, but only when you're doing it like that. So if you got a bunch of quests all in the same zone, then it's, I think, better to do quests. Matt, it sounds like every time you talk like you're just on a nice beach with a small light breeze going.
Oh, I have a fan that's pointed at me. I can turn it off if it's annoying.
It's not that bad.
No, it's like calming, so it's fine.
I can also move it slightly.
As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism
The air
draws ether
conditioning
from the
central air
surrounding environment
is
and polarizes
the
its elemental
sensor is
aspect to
downstairs and
produce
I'm
what
upstairs,
is,
so it
in
always gets
effect,
warmer
a
up here
wall of
before,
light.
so the fan is necessary.
I see.
It seems
No
plain
exquisite
that without
sin
the
greater
Vanu's
than
key,
central air.
any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
My girlfriend thinks so.
Alas,
She likes air
key
conditioning?
was careless enough to leave without
No,
us,
she
and I don't
does
think
not
it
want
is
to pay
sin.
for air conditioning. She does not want to pay for air conditioning, so she will literally keep her thermostat on 84 degrees, which by anybody's standards is hot. And then she'll turn on fans. And if I come over, she'll like, you can bump it down to 81 or something.
What?
I would not go over.
The
I have ours
thermostat
set
right
at
now is
72.
set at 67.
Yeah,
I have
probably
always
set
paid
mine-
for that.
I'd probably set mine lower. It's just central air can't really handle it here for me. It's not
I wouldn't
good.
survive in Europe. I guess they don't really have central air there. Like they'll call it air conditioning, but they really just mean like a fan.
I see.
I'm
That's
addicted.
probably not fun. No man,
When,
I'll tolerate 70s, but in 60s is comfy to me if I got a shirt on.
Reminded of the
But
quantity needed
80s
to
hard.
nullify Leviathan's command of
When
the
I
sea.
did my one
A
summer, I
veritable
did
mountain
a
of crystals that could only be
summer
borne by
program
lashing two
thing
galleons
at
together to
Chicago,
form a twin vessel,
and my roommate
scarcely able to
was
propel itself,
another
much less
a
fly.
bigger dude, and so
That
we weren't
said,
paying
we're
for the air
not without
conditioning, and so we just like on the first
If it
day we were
isn't
like, yeah, we're
feasible
setting
to
thermostat to
nullify
like
the barrier,
65,
we
right?
might
We're like,
try
yeah,
piercing.
okay, that's great, and it was the
How?
best because Chicago's so humid, and we'd walk into our room and it was like,
We
ah.
create a ram of condensed ether and
Awesome.
mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the
That's a
faintest
cool
idea
idea.
how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
Smart from a storytelling
But
perspective to
yesterday
like
evening,
preview that
I
zone in
chanced
that
to
way.
find Mistress Tataru in
Mhm.
unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to
agree.
the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
Which chat is fighting
Fortune
it, Kami?
favors the righteous, eh?
He's typing
Well
in.
then, let's not waste any time. While
Fox.
you go and look for our missing
I
saw a
yeah,
bunch of
I
people
think-
just fail out of it.
Enterprise.
There hasn't
Hull
been
will need
any in my
reinforcing
Twitch
to
chat
bear
at
the
least since
punishment,
Tommy said
not to
there's nothing
mention
but
a mount for
story.
the ram.
Yeah.
I just posted test. Can
Just
you guys see
wait,
that?
my pretty.
No.
No.
By the time I'm
If
finished,
if you would like to
airship
continue
reborn.
chatting, you can pop over to hitbox.tv/Marstead. I'm looking at the chat there right now as well until Twitch recovers. Got failback. Advantages
Go.
of not being a partner streamer.
Pop out hitbox chat.
Yes, you can pop it out.
A lot of times I'll pop out Twitch chat and have hitbox on. It's kind of
Yeah.
funny to do the opposite.
I almost well, either people are just reading on the screen because everything on the screen is like, hey, if you're watching a hitbox, join Twitch chat, or there are very few walk-ins going hitbox. I feel like a lot more people use hitbox for like the top 50 games. Fewer like variety streamers over there. Ah, gotcha, Kami.
I see Dark Stars rip.
I just came through.
Ripped open a hole. Twitch chat and allowed us to see it again.
What he did.
The Stephen King Under the Dome isolation bubble put in place. Been ripped apart. Apparently that's a TV show now? Under the Dome?
Really?
It has
Yeah.
Hank from
Yeah.
Breaking Bad. I haven't seen it. I just know that he's in it.
My parents watch it, that's why I know it exists.
He said Schrader.
The book was good. I don't know how they make a TV show out of it now.
I've been meaning to read more of the better Stephen King books. I've read the Dark Tower series, although I haven't read them. He had a book that he inserted, like I think in between the 4th and 5th books.
That's the same as me. I've read all Dark Tower and a handful of his other stuff, but not the extras.
I need to read Dark Tower. I hear it's really rad. Right?
It's great.
It's like fantasy, right?
Kinda. It's
Western
like half fantasy, half Western, half medieval. That's a lot of halves, but
and half modern at some point. I mean, it's I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay.
But there's a lot. It's basically his. Imagine someone with the talents of Stephen King wanting to write one story that combines all of them, in a sense. And he kind of, I don't know.
And the best thing about it is the shortest book is the first one, and if that one doesn't hook you, you're not gonna like the rest of the series anyway. So like you don't have to wait to get invested. There's no you have to suffer through the first book you'll know by about a third of the way through the first book whether or not this is where you or not.
I will say 2 is very different in a dialogue perspective. Like the first one is kind of, it talks about third person, what the gunslinger's doing, and the second one gets you a little more into dialogue, and so it feels a little different to me from that perspective. But you're right, thematically and everything, it's on point.
Right. I actually started rereading them a couple months ago, and then I got really bad about it. I might start rereading them because it's been so long since I started rereading them.
Dude,
and I only got about 2/3 of the way through the second book anyway, so it's like whatever.
Recommend Matt Hapax you don't look at the stream for a little bit. There's some super hype story stuff happening.
I remember liking Wizard and Glass the most.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Have you read the comic books?
No, I want to one day.
I have most of them. I fell behind. But the first set of the comic book starts on basically a retelling of Wizard and Glass, and it's really good.
Oh man, I gotta see that then.
Show on the CW about teenagers. A couple of CW shows that are good. Supernatural. First 5 seasons were the creator wanted to be done, and they made him keep going.
Then the comic books go on to kind of fill in some of the blanks between Wizard and Glass to the stuff that that happens in the books.
Oh, cool.
But I think they got to the point where there's a little bit more they were filling in, and then they started retelling the first book. And I want to read that, I just fell behind on buying them.
Oh man.
I got Dark Tower and then the Patrick Rothfuss books on my list that I need to read.
I want to read his books as well too. I have not read them.
I know Mandy, Apex's girlfriend, has read those books, so good chance she'll at least make it to the Patrick Rothfuss, because he's going to get panels as he always does at PAX.
Yeah.
So I just started reading the first one. It's pretty amazing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like I'm 10 or 15 chapters in, but and the guy's funny on D&D. He can really write a compelling fantasy narrative.
Yeah.
Like very, I think you know probably the shtick of the book, right? It's like a guy telling a story over the course of 3 days, basically about his life, and some important shit that happened, and he's an important guy, but like the way it comes out is he's a legend. Everyone's heard of all the things that he's done, so he rattles off, this other guy rattles off all these things this legendary guy did, so you know what he's gonna do, but you don't know any of the details.
Oh, that's
so you're
smart.
just stoked to hear about when is he gonna go do that thing, you know?
That's really smart.
So like the first 10 chapters is basically just setting up the beginning of him telling the story. Like it's these people being like, have you heard of this guy? You know?
That's really cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I feel like I should skip his panels just in case there are spoilers, but like I'm jealous of Mandy going to it. And like I've seen him at D&D twice now, and he's amazing when he does the live D&D. He's probably going to be there this year since he's at PAX. Like why wouldn't they at least bring him in?
Yeah, I hope so. He's got like autograph panels like 2 days of the 4 and things like that.
He was a surprise guest last year. They had somebody else as their walk-in, and then like halfway through the dungeon, Patrick Rothfuss comes in. It was pretty awesome. We will be hosting that for sure. I've got a Google Doc set up between me, Hapax, and his girlfriend to determine what panels we go to, but I did not offer an option to vote for the D&D panel. It's only mandatory PAX event, I think.
Yeah.
That was your first time going, Philip, and you enjoyed that too, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I had I want to say I had seen a previous panel of that way earlier, and I had also read a little bit, or I think there's an audio podcast version of some of their early, just learning D&D adventures. I'd watched the first 5 or 6 of those or something. I was kind of familiar, but they're way ahead in the story at that point. But the point is not necessarily the ongoing narrative for that kind of thing. At least as far as an enjoyment perspective, it's fun to know the whole thing, but you don't need to know the whole thing. You get an enjoyment out of just watching.
It's cool. It sounds like they're very smart books. I'll have to read them. I blitzed through like all of Song of Ice and Fire in, I don't know, a week or so after I had spoilers during season 1. I'm sure I could make that happen. I can pick it up.
Wait, all of A Song of Ice and Fire in a week?
Yeah, it was bad.
What?
Nothing but that.
It's like 2 million words, you know. It's like double the amount of Shakespeare.
Why would you do that? Did you eat?
I did a lot of, I had the audiobooks with, what's his name? Roy Dotrice. So, like, if I wasn't actively reading the words of the book, I was just playing the audiobook while I was at work.
That'll do it.
I was like, I need to finish this as soon as possible because the spoiler that I got for season 1 was really frustrating and I don't want anything to be spoiled again.
Yeah. Thank God I got through book 3 before the
season
show
3.
caught up to it. Yeah. I was a little worried that they were going to fumble that ball and not make it as epic, but it looks like they did it.
That was the one where that
Good
event
job.
happened while I was riding a motorcycle. I was like listening to the audiobook in my helmet, and I like had to pull over because I was like, "Wait, what?" And when you're reading the book, like that happens, and you're like, "Wait, what?" And you go back and you reread the sentence. But I had to like start the chapter over because. Okay, riding around. What did they just say? You gotta be kidding me. Schedule update. We got about another 14 minutes or so of Final Fantasy 14 moving through these story quests. I'll be shutting the stream down once 14 is done because I have to change up our setup so that Andrew and I can both talk. It'll be starting back up around 11:30, maybe noon. It depends. We're gonna take a shower. We're gonna eat some bagels, have some breakfast. But no later than noon, we'll start with Chrono Trigger for the DS.
Oh god, I have 1 Aether current left, and so I click the button and it's like, it's 1,200 yards to the south. Fuck. I have to have missed one in the early areas.
Yeah, right.
That's what it is.
There's one that was way in the southeast that I missed for forever in Sea of Clouds.
Yeah, I ported back to Camp Cloud Top, and it's like, oh, now it's 1,000 yards to the east, so it's probably the one you're talking about.
Probably, yeah.
Hey, girl, hey. Someone
Time
say
to
that
go east for a long time.
Connie Senna and her siblings are like a different race altogether. That it's just them.
They're Padjal. I haven't done all of the storyline, but they're, I guess, racist, the way to say it. They're not like a sect within here or anything, but they look very here to me.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure the lore there. But there are only a handful of Padjal and white pages as a result.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find your Stola, You must needs be aware of
Yeah,
one
you mentioned that
difficulty.
I do have enough money to buy a
The
house of my
difficulty
own.
born
And
of the
technically I do. I
fundamental
looked at it
difference
yesterday,
between man.
and there are plots selling with with civilians to kill over. If I bought
In
them,
perceiving the world around him, man relies
so,
upon senses such as
what
sight
I'm
and
saying is
sound.
not right. I'm saying like if we
For the
want to
sake of
move to a house and
convenience,
they
he
did
gives names to
end up
such things
including
as
a
are near or
functionality
dear
where your
to him.
airship would transfer,
Mhm.
then I could probably
Being
help fund this by the
formed
time
of pure
3.1
ether,
comes out.
However,
Cool.
such concepts
More
are
important than
foreign
getting
to
a
the
big house to
elementals.
me is maybe moving to a more
Instead,
populated area, you know?
they perceive by
like if they open
observing
something
the
in
ebb
Ishgard.
and flow
I'd
of
want to
the
get a
energies
location that's
of
as
life.
close or closer to the market board and summoning bell, because that's the one I use all the time now. It's so close and convenient.
So profound a division cannot
We'll
be
see.
bridged with simple discourse.
I need to go into
The
high gear with
elementals' voices stir
getting a
not the
shopping
air,
list put together for the
and
next
thus
airship
reach
parts,
not
because it sounds like the
our
airship's
ears,
going to be way more important in
while
3.1.
our
We've got
words
time to
but
catch
wings
up.
to them.
Like,
I think we do. I mean, if see what they announced at PAX as far as the
Though we
timeline, but
see
it's
as
sounding
commune
like
with
it's
them
going to be
through
longer than
feelings,
like
the early
October.
September. I was
we can
thinking,
impart
yeah.
will
our
serve
ship's
to
rank
aid them
12 and the
identify
max is rank
Rishola.
50, and we're still getting a decent amount of
Nay,
XP.
They must needs be
Okay.
presented with ether which is akin to hers.
It's probably the
If you
most
could but
important that we
find a
unlock all the
family
sectors that we can, as opposed to levels. Don't you think? I'm not sure how to interpret it.
Sectors means levels. So yeah, I'm trying to go for sectors as soon as possible because
Okay.
they give more XP when you explore them later.
Cool.
Yustola
I'll
has a
repost
sister
the guide
who came
that
to live in
Kami gave us. It's
Bredonia.
very
she
helpful.
told me about her once.
You wanted to take a look at it. Actually,
Yeah.
can you stop by and send it out again? I think it's
That
about
is
time.
most fortunate indeed.
Before I
Pray,
forget, because I'll
seek this
likely
sister
forget.
out then and bring her
I
to
need 2
Evershade.
minutes. I'm not running this whole way again. Unless you, are you oh no, you're just, okay, I thought you wanted all
No,
four
you're
of us
fine. I
to
was
come.
talking to Flaring.
Right.
No.
There,
Just
we
to
I was-
shall
redeploy it.
petition the great
Gotcha.
one's
I thought you
aid
meant
in
all four of us
finding
need to
your
come to
lost
do
companion.
me standing there in my underwear building.
No, we don't have to do that. The last voyage is complete. If you go in with, I think, 2 ceruleum tanks, they should be in the company chest. Send it to, like, Sector 2 and Sector 4, I would say. Sector 2 is the one that's likely to unlock another sector that we haven't found yet, and Sector 4 is one that'll get a lot of XP.
Okay, I'll see if I can do that.
Cool. Imitra.
I understand the pain of having people that call things, you know, a starch or a vegetable amberized. It's just racism.
Amberize, the part of the joke is that a lot of people in chat refer to the Lalafell race as potatoes. And Matt plays Lalafell.
Master race. Lalafell master race.
I like the Sylphs. Have you started the Beast Tribe quests with the Sylphs, Amberize? I'll show you one of the things you get from it before we sign off. Yeah, you'll get a Sylph minion from doing the Beast Tribe quests, as well as a unique mount. Sweet Tea joins the party. Yes, you do. Yeah, go to, you said you're level 45 White Mage, right? You should be high enough to unlock it. I think you have to go to the Serpent. Her name is Scarlet. She's about a little bit west of the Aetheryte Crystal in New Gridania. It'll unlock the quest chain for Beast Tribe quests. It'll send you to the Sylphs. And then in the Sylph area, there's like daily quests. You can do up to 12 of them per day at some point. Cool. Yeah, I'll show you the rewards for it after this. So I get out of the city zone.
Yay, only 2 more zones that I have to unlock flying in.
Oh, Conjurer? Kami? It's not too bad. This is a good time to do it, Amber, because it gives good XP. If you're just doing Sylph, it's not too bad. If you try to do all of them, that's a pain in the ass. Summoner?
Let
Oh,
us
interesting.
begin.
So, like, Haypack should switch from Scholar to Summoner when he runs the quest.
What's that?
There's a
Raya
main
O,
story quest coming up that
Arun,
you get special dialogue
if
if
you
you're a
would.
Summoner when you start it.
Oh, I think I just started that one.
Okay. Oh, that's cool, Spiky. I like that they do that.
Yeah, there've been a couple of quests like that for Dragoons. With the Stynian and such.
Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves
Airship
to the
sense.
life stream. A drifting soul to find.
Oh, Haypack, so you're doing these quests then too, right?
Yeah, I figured I'd just keep doing it if it gets us to the next place.
So, like, the thing with the capital letter that's from another Final Fantasy. Ooh. I don't think they've referenced that until now. Maybe someone in chat can correct me.
I'll catch up soon. I'm just enjoying flying now.
You got it? Nice.
Yep.
Hey, Godzerk. Doing alright? How you been?
Uncovering the whole map. Even with flying, this map feels freaking huge. Like,
It does. It really does.
That's what makes it so brutal, just questing there.
Now!
Very good, Godzerk. Your head alright? That's what you get for doing the Beast Tribe quests, Amber Eyes. The Kano mask. Japanese fan service, since apparently she's the Japanese fan favorite. Like how Shantado was the Japanese fan favorite in Final Fantasy 11, so now she's in like Dissidia and the Theater Rhythm. I think Ishtola's in Theater Rhythm. Like us Westerners, like, okay, she's alright. But in Japan, they're like, oh my shit. The only thing that would be better than this would be like fetch questing.
yes.
Interact with the same bucket 30 times.
That's probably why Shenmue exists. Like, they're like, we want a game where you work on a dock loading things. We need to build something around it. Nah.
Pray,
That's correct,
bear
Godzilla.
her thither at once.
Shenmue is the best. I'm so excited to play that on stream. It's so boring. It's so awesome. Excuse me. What can you tell me about the 4 Voodoo? Like, there's a, I don't know if you've seen Mega 64. They do the live video game parodies. They like do like the Metal Gear Solid one where he's like sneaking around a grocery store. But he does one with Shenmue that's pretty spot on. Just goes up to random people in the street. Excuse me, do you know a man with tattoos?
Is to pray, my friends.
Yeah. Complicated. Pretty cool scene though.
That little Padjaw's haircut bothers me. It always has bothered me. How can he see anything?
Right.
Little deuce to you in the White Mage quests. Cards.
Did we get anything fancy from the last voyage, by the way, Farley?
Bamboo weaves and something we already had 7 of.
That's
Beyond,
not
besides
fancy
that.
at all.
Yeah.
The hope is we get the magnanimous Mog Crown and can make the awesome
Oh, yes.
chandelier.
Or sell it.
Or sell
But
it. Probably
we
sell
could-
it.
I don't know, it depends on what it's going for at that time.
Yeah. I might be at the point where I can craft it, we'll see. I think it's like, it might be a high star craft at 60. If it is, then no dice, I'm just gonna sell it. use it to fund the airship parts. I have a decent amount of money now. I can help with funding airship parts because I've got the Fat Cat engine running.
Cool.
About once every couple weeks I get a Fat Cat.
Good lazy money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out how lazy I can be and still continue to make decent money. Because I've got enough now that it's not worth it to me even to do 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes at night.
Yeah.
I already backed off from the 6 times a day. Now I'm 20 minutes more, 20 minutes. Now I'm trying to, okay, can I get like half the items in the morning only and still make 75%?
Dude,
I'm trying to do...
If you pick any craft to take to 50 where it becomes trivial to craft any of the items below that, and then you just make the HQ versions of like Leaf Quest turn-in items, so the same things that you took to take that class to 50, you can sell them for 20k a pop, and it will cost you basically nothing to make them.
Pretty
that's
good.
Probably the simplest thing you could do. The problem with this economy is that just about anything of value, like there's certain value tiers, and a lot of stuff falls into the about 20k value tier. You have to find out what among the things that sells for about 20k a piece is the least effort, most likely to sell, and least likely to crash the market. People are always doing Leaf Quest leveling, so that's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of things in this game that are truly consumable, I guess is part of the problem. Like, you know, once someone finishes their Leaf Quests, they don't need to do it ever again, and they'll never buy those items ever again. So you depend on a constantly returning market of players to buy those from you. But like something like maybe like High Alchemist HQ raiding potions, like those are truly consumable, and they're just gonna keep using them every week forever. So if you can get in on that, you could possibly make some money. I have 1.8 million gil. I'm a baby. You know that scene in, I don't know if you guys watched Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, it's the Tina Fey's show.
I've heard that's good.
What's her name? Jenna Maloney from, also from 30 Rock is on the show. She plays like a billionaire. And there's a scene in the show. This is what was used to sell the show to me, where like the main character goes up to Jenna Maloney and says like, "You look like $1 million," and she's like, "Oh, I know you didn't mean to be cruel to say that to me." It's a good show. Or like there's a scene where she like goes to this fridge that's just full of expensive Fiji bottled water. She's like, "You want a bottled water?" And she's like, "No, I'm okay." So she just throws it out.
Wow.
Yeah. How much are you sitting on now, Flarewing?
I'm about 20k under 17 million.
Yeah, that's a lot more. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some backups too on my retainers just in case it happens with the server.
The fact that you're
one day
not
and I lose
crafting is offensive.
Yeah.
You should have all your crafts at 60 right now. Gil is the one thing keeping me from doing that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I might.
But if you hate it, don't do it.
It's not that I hate it, it's just the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
the value per time spent on a
Yeah,
video
it's
game,
all-
like, I'd rather go run a dungeon than craft another goddamn cedar lumber or whatever.
Yeah. And honestly, if I sold runs or anything like I really have the potential to do at this point, then it's not too hard to make a lot more. I think I've passed the point now where I have enough money and skills to make a shit ton more if I really wanted to on that kind of thing. Just from reinvesting.
I'm watching.
I just don't.
I'm just not
You are
commenting
safe.
live commies since
Yeah.
Matt's not at the same point.
I said that the wrong way. I was trying to say that in a way that makes me sound humble for not pursuing the 300 million mark, but it came out like arrogant. So sorry about that.
Perhaps the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were...
Someone in chat, let me
That was
know
my doing.
roughly how many
I
story
brought the
quests
tunnel
remain
down that
between
you
here and
and
the next
Infidion
zone.
might escape.
Because if it's more than 10 minutes worth, then I'll go ahead and sign off
At
now.
the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic in hopes of spiriting
Look, she's
Tancred
got the
away at
Titus
least.
rose in the back of her
Needless
hair.
to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself
back.
adrift in the life stream.
Do I have to give everybody 5 sphere
The
points
others.
because you said that?
Where are they?
Hey,
I said it.
They remain unaccounted for.
You would benefit from that.
You
so
were
that's
the
not
only
fair.
one we have been able to find.
Sign off
I am
now. Okay,
truly
Kami.
sorry. It was the Crystal
you.
Braves who pursued you that day.
No apologies are necessary, Alpha No. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
Don't worry. The others are alive and
Oh,
well.
so that's
I'm
the.
sure of it.
There's a
We
voice
just
actor list,
need
and
to
only
find
one of them
them.
is marked as level 57 main story quest spoiler.
Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
She's Sarah in Dragon Age
There is
Inquisition.
the Alpha No I remember. And I feel much the better for his return.
Good
'Tis
game.
time I
I played a
arose.
bunch last weekend. I haven't played since.
Cool. Not yet, Kami.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I...
No, you did the Breaches quest, didn't you?
Wait, is that Red Jenny?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
okay,
Sarah.
yeah, I keep calling
She
her
was
Red
saying
Jenny
how
in my
she
head.
wasn't really Red Jenny. Red Jenny's a title.
Fuck out, Alpha No.
New costumes. Yeah, I just forgot, like, what the actual name of that character was. Something we
That's fine.
included her in the party. Hope every patch includes new costumes. That's a sweet costume.
Tataru has apprised me of all that took place in the
Yeah, she gets the
aftermath
best
of the
new outfit.
assassination plot.
Yes, much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azisla.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
A means to prise open a hole in an Alagarn barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less.
Are you muted right now, Marstead?
As I know of one
Yeah, I
who
was talking to Andrea.
could.
Falling behind the NPCs? Yeah, I should get a Heavensward costume upgrade.
leading
Honestly, I've
figure
tried
in the
every bit
field
of gear that
etheric
I've seen so
research,
far, and I haven't liked it
and
as
one
much
of the
as
finest
this one,
scholars
so.
ever to grace Sharlayan.
We'll see.
Matoya, my former master.
Oh, shit! Okay, hey Pax, you should at least continue the... Did you see the same thing I just saw?
Yeah, I
okay.
did, I think.
Good. Has that been spoiled for you yet?
No.
Dude, you're lucky. Like, there's so many places. Like, you could see, sometimes you see Flarewing chilling there, or like, you would read a thread on Reddit that was talking about the songs from the game.
Ha.
I don't know what's going on.
They didn't do much to try to conceal that from people. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do a sign off here. Yeah, it was too late, Kami, but I think I had seen it before then. Like, I was like searching for someone to help me out, get something from Idleshire,
Yeah.
I guess, and someone was just chilling there, because you can see the name.
Yeah, if it was me, it's my bad. Some of the other gear I sell is in at place.
Oh, you didn't know, it wasn't you.
Okay.
It was before that, when I was like on the cutting edge of fishing gear, and like no one was online, so I was like whispering random people and like using the party finder to find someone to buy vendor gear for me. Yeah, I probably should just accept the quest. Although I can never tell with accepting quests if it's gonna trigger another huge cutscene. Take care of that later. Okay, thanks everybody for watching. We're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna shut the stream down from. I'll jump out of speak.
Channel switched.
Shut the stream down from now until about 11:30. Sometime between 11:30 and noon, we'll go ahead and start with my wife's blind playthrough of Chrono Trigger for the DS. We'll be joining for that. It's to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the US release of the game. Get hype. For games coming up next week, we have Monday is continuing our focus on the Legend of Zelda series. We're at the Shadow Temple already in Ocarina of Time Master Quest, and assuming that things continue going to plan, there's a good chance we'll beat it on Monday and transition into Majora's Mask for the 3DS. Can't say for sure. We've been doing pretty well with the Master Quest so far, haven't been stuck spinning our wheels for a very long time, but there were some tricky puzzles in the Water Temple. I could see the Shadow Temple being pretty tricky as well, given that it uses the Lens of Truth, but we'll see. Next week, Tuesday, is going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 3D and Final Fantasy X, with some Smash on Wednesday and free play for Final Fantasy 14. Might be some sub-block that would replace one of those times, like maybe either Xenoblade or Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X. Haven't decided yet. I will update the schedule for sure tomorrow night, Monday morning. You can see what's going to be coming up. Next week, Thursday and Friday, I'm out for PAX 2015. I'm going with Hey PAX and his girlfriend. There will be some streaming of PAX happening, so I will go ahead and host whatever panels we go to that are being streamed, and I'll hang out and chat with you guys if you wanted to talk about them. I would say most importantly, if you can tune in on Friday night for the live D&D game and Sunday night for the concerts. They're going to be a really, really cool set of concerts from the Returners, video game music band, Bit Brigade, which is a band that does, they have a speedrunner as their frontman, and he like plays a game live on stage while the band plays music behind him. And the Proto Men, which are like Queen if Queen sang about Mega Man. They're really cool. Check them out. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we wrap up Chrono Trigger with some hours, times for you, so you know when to tune in. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll see you 20 to 50 minutes or so for Chrono Trigger. See you later.